have time.
We don't have time.
And we don't have time.
Yeah, we don't have time for business as usual.
The challenge in front of us is an emergency, but together we are up to the task.
I think we know what to do, and I think we have a lot of technologies right here today that we can do them.
There's a really big opportunity right now to specifically hold corporations and companies accountable.
At the end of the day, we're all fighting for a better future, which is our planet.
That gives me incredible hope that everyone's ready to come in together and get this done.
Hello and welcome to We Don't Have Time's the Climate Hub at South by Southwest. We are so excited to be broadcasting from South by Southwest live. We have so many here today in the audience that are going to be bringing the energy as we share with you an incredible lineup of speakers that will be talking about solutions, accelerating these solutions across nature, across the transition to clean energy, to usher in a future that is truly equitable, just, breathable, sustainable, and brings everyone up to share in this future that we are imagining and creating together. I cannot wait to get started. We are thrilled to have you all joining us from around the world as well. We know you are tuning in and engaging with us directly through the We Don't Have Time app. Please take advantage of this technology, ask us questions, share your thoughts with one another, and take the ideas that we're going to share with you today back to your communities, back to your networks, and usher in these solutions because we don't have time. But because of this urgency, we're also about to see a future that is beyond our imagination, better than anything we've created in the past. With that, I can't wait to get started. Today's program is going to kick off with nature, and we're going to get into the real deal on trees and climate change. Check it out. Jad, I'm so thrilled to have you with me on stage today. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. Shada, thanks for having me today. This is a really exciting opportunity to connect with the crowd here at South by Southwest and with the audience around the world.
Well, for those who might not know who you are the 40th president, Jad Daly, and Chief Officer of American Forests, the nation's oldest forest conservation organization that founded in 1875. Definitely one of the older organizations out there. But under your leadership, American Forest has grown threefold, and it's launched partnerships to tackle climate change and social inequity in cities around the United States. So, Jad, I can't imagine somebody that I could have a conversation with that would be better than you to talk about trees as really the solution. Can they make a difference on climate change? Or, and I'm sorry to say this, is it a distraction from other traditional climate solutions, like maybe moving away from fossil fuels?
Yeah, Shada, thanks for starting us there, because if there's actually one thing that we accomplished today with this discussion, I hope it's that we dispel this question in some people's minds as to whether trees and forests can be part of the climate solution. They must be part of the climate solution. Every analysis we've ever seen shows that we need the negative emissions that we get from our trees and forests, the way they actually pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. But here's the other thing. Trees and forests are already a climate change solution, a proven solution. Here in the United States, our trees and forests are currently capturing about 17% of our carbon dioxide emissions. We have strong science showing that, for example, just by maximizing our potential for reforestation, we could increase that by almost half. So it's a huge piece of the puzzle. It has to be a piece of the puzzle. And let me be clear, we're not saying for 1 second that trees and forests alone can solve climate change, and actually no one else is saying that either. We're just saying this needs to be part of the solution in all aspects of what we can do in trees and forests. Protecting the forests that we already have, better managing the forests that we already have, and then adding to them with things like reforestation.
I mean, it seems so obvious, right? And they're so beautiful. Why does it seem to slip under the radar for people that trees are actually already here? They're already a solution.
Yes, sometimes I think it's kind of like the solution hiding in plain sight, and it just may almost seem too simple for people, right? We're sort of used to thinking about climate solutions in the frame of technology, and goodness knows there are a lot of those that we need with new technologies. This is nature's original technology for solving climate change. We have to maximize the way that we use it. And by the way, maybe we can get into this a bit, there are ways that new technologies can actually improve the way that we use this old school technology of trees and forests, and in fact, that is one of the critical things. It's not just about, throw the trees and forests out there and hope for the best. The way in which we deploy forest climate solutions has to be really cutting edge. It has to be very exacting. And so that's a critical part of what our organization and our many, many partners are doing every day.
So is this ultimately what we need to really get this right? If we don't do this, everything you just described, are we going to screw this up?
Yeah, well, let me say two things that I think could really undermine our success with forest and climate change. And the first one is if we act like this is only about climate change. Right? Because we're trying to solve multiple crises simultaneously in our country and in the world. So we have a climate crisis, but it's interconnected to a biodiversity crisis. So when we do this work with trees and forests, we're not planting carbon farms out there. We need to plant trees and forests that can advance biodiversity at the same time that they're giving us this natural climate solution of pulling carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. We have a climate justice crisis. We have a social equity crisis in our country and in the world. For example, the way in which extreme heat is unjustly killing people in our countries. Trees and forests have solutions for issues like that as well, and we have to make sure that's part of how we're doing this work out there. We're combining all these different solutions, we're stacking them together. And the way we do that is with using science and data to drive where we're working and also inform how we're working, how we do the geeky details of forestry to get right the trees that were planted and how we're managing them into the future.
Yeah, I love that. And I want to talk to you about carbon markets, but before I get into that, I just want to probe a little bit on what you just raised, because, when you think about nature, it is so interconnected. It's the one thing that really is that nexus for all of those different crises, biodiversity and the equity crisis that has existed since the dawn of our species, and then everything around what we're dealing with climate. So how do trees really serve as that symbol of ultimately bringing addressing all of these grand challenges together, and how will we overcome them if we really focus in on nature?
Yeah, so Shasha, let me give you one sort of flavor of natural climate solutions that completely embodies everything that you just said, this intersectional solution that we need, which is this amazing movement that's building here in the United States and around the world to create tree equity in our cities. Now, the reality is today, a map of trees in any city in America, and in fact around the world, it's also a map of income, and it's a map of race in ways that transcend income. And we proved it, and you have permission to multitask. Anyone who's here or you're watching online, go to treeequityscore.org, and you can see this. We mapped every urban neighborhood in America. And what we showed was that the lowest income neighborhoods in America have 41% less tree cover. Neighborhoods with a majority of people of color, regardless of income, have 33% less tree cover. Now, why does that matter? Well, it's not just less devices to pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere, but it's also less protection from things like extreme heat and air pollution. And today in the United States, extreme heat kills more than 12,000 people per year. And we have good science showing that it could be 100,000 people per year by the end of this century.
So then the health component too.
That's exactly right. So if you don't have trees in your neighborhood, it's a missed opportunity across the board. It's a missed opportunity for pulling carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. It's a missed opportunity for saving lives, protecting people from extreme heat, for pulling air pollution and deflecting air pollution away from people's communities. And so that's what we've really been focused on. How can we use tree equity as this intersectional climate solution to slow it down, to protect people from it more equitably, and also to create a lot of green jobs in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I've wanted to talk to you about planting trees in cities and all of the benefits for health, all the benefits for everything that you just described. And it's also helping that this recent legislation, massive legislation passed in the United States, known as the Inflation Reduction Act, has allocated $1.5 billion for equity and climate, focusing on exactly this, tree planting and tree care. So it sounds like you're leveraging this. You gave us the website. Talk to us a little bit more about how was this money actually allocated for this particular application? I mean, they obviously got it. How did this come about, and what are you hoping to see come out of that dedicated funding to support trees in cities?
Well, I think because people now appreciate that trees in cities aren't just scenery, that they're
Right.
a top-tier solution for both climate action and climate justice, that's turned it from a luxury item into something that the U.S. Congress saw worthy of a $1.5 billion investment, the largest investment in world history in urban forests. And so that money is feeding into this amazing movement that's taking flight all around America. Cities like Phoenix, for example, which voted to move to tree equity in every neighborhood by 2030, which has assembled more than 50 organizations, frontline organizations, all the way to the mayor's office, working together to deploy that solution neighborhood by neighborhood. And so this funding will feed into the incredible work that these folks are doing, planting trees in the neighborhoods that need them the most, caring for those trees, and then also doing a better job of managing and protecting the tree cover that's already there, because we can't afford to just gain one and lose one. We need to get a net gain in our tree cover in cities. And cities like Phoenix and Detroit and others have these model partnerships that are getting this done at an incredible scale.
Yeah.
And so this federal funding will essentially give them more capacity to do this work together and to bring tree equity to our cities, for all the reasons that we've been talking about.
Right, and equity really, right? That's what this is underscoring. It's part of that Justice 40 framework that the Biden administration has really gotten behind, and we'll be talking more about this later in the program as well, when we talk about a just transition to clean energy and how equity has to be part of any sort of solution that we are getting behind, supporting and accelerating. So talk a little bit about the benefits of creating outcomes for communities and creating a more fair outcome across communities in the United States.
Yeah, well, so, Shada, we have a saying in our organization that the right thing done the wrong way is the wrong thing. And by the way, that's true for the work out in large natural landscapes, just the same way as it is in cities. If when we do, for example, large-scale reforestation projects in large landscapes, if we're not planting tree species that are well positioned to be resilient to the climate changes that are already here and are going to accelerate in the future, we're just, essentially planting firewood. We're not going to be successful over the long term. And so we have to get those details right. And in cities, those details become particularly complex because the way we bring people together has to be done very thoughtfully. We need to have deep community engagement from the very beginning, inclusive partnerships like the one that I described in Phoenix and that you see in cities all around America. And urban forestry has to have the same level of scientific rigor and excellence that we have to pursue out in our national parks and our large iconic landscapes. Because climate change is pressuring our trees and forests everywhere. And so if we don't get the scientific details right of what trees we're planting and how we're caring for them into the future, we're not going to have the healthy, resilient forests that we need that are the source of these natural climate solutions, climate justice, and so much more.
Sure. Thank you for sharing all of this. I love that you're thinking so much about trees in cities, because I think one of the stereotypes is we do just think about forests, and it's for those in cities that don't have exposure to nature. That is a huge potential step forward to move us towards getting people excited to begin thinking about nature as being one with nature and contributing to conserving and restoring nature. So that's fantastic that you're thinking about it like this. Let's talk about carbon markets. So there's a segment of the demographic that really thinks that offsetting real emissions through carbon markets isn't really legitimate. Firstly, what do you think about that? And what do you say to those who say that carbon markets are really being used to support climate polluters and who are continuing to just use it for greenwashing?
So I'm so glad you brought this issue up because I started by affirming very clearly that forests alone, trees and forests alone, are not the solution to climate change, but they have to be part of it. And I think one of the reasons why that has become controversial is for some people, when they think about forest-based solutions for climate change, they immediately make that synonymous with carbon markets, as though the only reason that we would do it is for offsetting, directly offsetting polluters so they can essentially use an offset instead of an emissions reduction, and that the only way we can finance these solutions is with offsets. And so, we think that part of the problem is, we've been talking about offsets, like they're the cake instead of the icing. They are, offsets done right, carbon offset markets can be a valuable complement to other investment in our trees and forests. But we just talked about the $1.5 billion that the federal government's going to invest in tree equity in our cities as a climate change solution. And that's not connected in any way to offset markets or emissions by someone else. That's part of a $20 billion investment that we have in forest-based climate solutions through the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I think what that really proves is, we know that we need these climate solutions. We know what to do, and we should be investing them in the most direct and efficient ways possible. And that's what we're doing with that incredible new federal funding. Then the question is, how do we complement that with offsets where the priority is not the convenience of the market, the convenience of the emitter, and how many offsets we can produce as quickly as possible, but where the priority question is, how do we make sure that the only offsets that we're moving forward are ones that have rock-solid environmental integrity, where the carbon additionality of those projects is completely clear. Things like reforestation, where we know adding trees to the landscape is, by definition, going to pull more carbon out of the atmosphere, and so we can dispel some of these questions about offset markets by narrowing, how we use them, and again, using them as a complement to other kinds of funding that isn't connected to anything that emitters are doing.
Sure. You really have that credibility to be able to support the offsets, and that's something that we need to see across other markets as well. And talk a little bit about how technology is supporting being able to provide the data for you because you were saying in the beginning when we started talking, there's a lot of technology that's getting behind this preservation of nature. So where is technology helpful in offsets? Where is it helpful in other arenas?
Absolutely. Well, I'll say Tree Equity Score again in case anyone didn't catch it the first time. treeequityscore.org if you want to see the way that we're using data to show what this work looks like in cities and where it's needed in cities. And also, actually, you can, with Tree Equity Score, project the benefits that we will create by, for example, expanding tree planting at certain levels in cities. But there are other ways that we're using that data, too. There's another tool that I would recommend that folks take a look at. It's the Reforestation Hub that we created with the Nature Conservancy, reforestationhub.org. And you can go to the Reforestation Hub and see county by county where that reforestation potential is that I showed earlier. It shows how much carbon we can, the amount of carbon capture that we can create through taking advantage of these different reforestation opportunities. So when I say we could increase the amount of carbon that we're capturing in the trees and forests of the United States by more than half, check the math. Go on to reforestationhub.org and you can see exactly where we're projecting that reforestation opportunity, how much each of it will contribute to this increased pull of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and also the other kind of benefits we're going to create, like how that reforestation aligns with habitat corridors and other things that we're trying to accomplish as well. So it feels like data is really driving our ability to prioritize our work and quantify it. But then I will also say, lastly, I've spoken a bit about climate-informed forestry, and whether that's reforestation or whether that's our fire-prone landscapes in the West and how we adjust them with forestry so they can be more resilient to wildfire into the future. That's all guided by using science and data essentially as a crystal ball for us to look into the future and say, okay, there's a new study that just showed that 1/5 of the forests in California, Sierra Nevada, the conifer forests, are already out of sync with the climate in those places. That's how quickly climate change is basically getting ahead of our forest's ability to adapt. Well, data and science both helps us see where that mismatch has occurred, but it then helps us look out into the future and say, okay, what are we shooting for? What kind of future climate conditions are we trying to prepare these forests for? And so whether it's very carefully selecting the species and genetics of the trees that we might replant, for, say on a burned area, for example, or whether we're figuring out how many trees per acre can that fire-stressed landscape in the West sustain, because how much water is going to be available into the future? All these kinds of questions about what to do are being informed by data and science in incredibly powerful ways right now. And so that's going to give us the ability to do the climate-informed forestry that we need to be successful delivering these natural climate solutions into the future. Oh,
I love that. And audiences will have heard me say this many times, but as a data scientist, this is music to my ears, right?
I had you at hello on that one.
You really did. You can't go wrong using the data, making decisions entrenched in the evidence, entrenched in this empirical, robust data that you are putting forward means that, there's really a strong case to be made. So how can others get involved in supporting what you're working on? You've already shared a couple resources with us. Feel free to repeat those, but also, what is it that you're hoping the audience tuning in now takes away? What can they do?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Look, I came to South by Southwest. I've been in a lot of conferences lately, and it's like one more. But I was so excited to come here because it's been about connecting with audiences who maybe don't know the kinds of things that we've been talking about here today. Maybe they're just reading these articles and then, certain newspapers that have been attacking forests as climate change solutions. They're on the sidelines right now. We need everyone in the game advocating for these solutions and helping make them real in different ways. So I want to talk about a few. That $20 billion that we got of federal funding in this work, that came about because citizens, voters said that it was important. And right now, there are some efforts to maybe try to claw some of those dollars back. So we really need people to be loud and proud in the political process to say, I believe in natural climate solutions. I want to see this investment. I want to see it include true equity in cities. It's not some woke fever dream.
Right.
This is a life-saving investment in our
Right.
communities, and folks need to hear that right now on Capitol Hill when there's a lot of debate about whether we're going to keep going in the direction that we have. Companies, there are so many companies that are stepping up on this issue in a big way. I invite folks to check out the US chapter of 1T.org. It's more than 100 organizations, many of them corporations, that have said, this isn't the only thing we're doing, but we're making this part of how we're delivering on our climate change commitment. So let's support the companies that are out there doing this work, and many of them offer opt-in ways that consumers can help increase the amount that these companies are investing in this work. But then lastly, I want to get the most direct ways that people can help are in your own communities. There are amazing nonprofit organizations. Right here in Austin, there's a great group, Tree Folks. There's all across America, whether you live in a city or live in a rural area, there are amazing nonprofit organizations. The Girl Scouts of the USA has become a partner in this work with their tree promise to plant 5 million trees in 5 years. So there's so many ways for people to get very directly involved with themselves, with their families, in doing this work and supporting organizations that are doing this work. And here's the last one. Our organization really believes that words matter. And putting the words tree equity on this systemic inequity of trees in cities that is literally killing people was part of how we were able to ultimately get 5 years later to this incredible historic investment in tree equity of $1.5 billion through the Inflation Reduction Act. And so get loud and proud on social media. If you heard something here today, you're like, hey, okay, I'm in, I get this now. I was a little skeptical. I went and checked some of this stuff out. I believe it, and let's make sure that forests and trees and forests are part of the solution. That helps immeasurably, and so I really hope that folks will find us, at American Forests on all platforms. I'm really loud and proud on Twitter at Jad Daly. Check out our website, AmericanForest.org. But we really believe that words matter, and your voice in communications, and especially social media, can have a huge role in us keeping the momentum going.
Wow, I love that so much. And you're on the right stage, and especially at the right conference, South by Southwest, to be sharing this, because we are reaching those who care about nature, have just been inspired listening to you to get involved in restoring forests and nature. And the action step that you just sent away our audience away with, I hope that it's picked up and acted upon. You are all communicators. Audiences have heard me say this many times. Everyone has a role to play in this. Let's contribute to accelerating the restoration of American forests around the world. Jad Daly, thank you so much for joining me today and kicking off We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub. I really appreciate it.
Oh, Shada, thanks so much. Really appreciate it.
We are swiftly moving on to talk about how we're going to help countries reach their climate goals and not choose extinction. So from talking about saving America's forests, let's look at the bigger picture. And there is no one better to speak on this than Cassie Flynn. Cassie is the head of the UNDP's Climate Promise in 120 countries. She's advised world leaders, CEOs, and high-level coalitions on the climate crisis. Her ability to communicate complex ideas in a dynamic way makes her one of the most exciting and engaging speakers on this topic. No pressure, Cassie, but we know she's up to the challenge. She's a friend of ours. She's been on our stage many times before, and we are so thrilled to have Cassie Flynn join us today. It's all you. Go for it.
Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure to be here today. And I am going to start off talking to you about a place called Tuvalu. Tuvalu is one of the smallest countries in the world, and when you look for it on a map, it's often just a tiny little dot in the middle of the Pacific. Its population is about 11,000 people, and its highest point above sea level is a mere 15 feet. Now, the last time I was in Tuvalu, we were landing in the plane on this runway, and they told us in sort of the last minute, they said, hey, we have to circle the country because we can't land yet because they have to clear the runway. And I thought, uh-oh. And we eventually do land, and once I got off the plane, I said, well, you know, what was that? What happened? What was on the runway? And they said, oh, this is just normal. There's one plane that comes in once a week, and other than that, the runway is used as a playground. It's used as a place for people to just hang out because this runway is part of this precious small island, and every inch matters. Uh-oh. I think we've got, oh. There we go. So when you're on Tuvalu, climate change takes a very different feel. We hear a lot about sea level rise and all of these increasing storms, but when you're in Tuvalu, this is about life and death. This is about how do you make choices that keep your home safe, and knowing that there's a ticking clock in Tuvalu. Because when you're in Tuvalu, there's this question that sort of hangs in the air. And it's devastating, which is, how long do we have before Tuvalu disappears? How long do we have before Tuvalu stops being the place that we know as one of the places in the world that is most vulnerable to climate and has essentially been overtaken by climate impacts? The government of Tuvalu takes this very, very seriously. And in fact, recently they announced that they were going to put Tuvalu into the metaverse. Because in their view, no matter what happens, they want to be able to preserve the landscape, to be able to preserve the terrain, be able to preserve their history and their heritage. Because people have been living in the Pacific in places like Tuvalu for thousands upon thousands of years. And we are on the cusp of losing that. Now, in my work at the United Nations, I'm really fortunate because I get to lead a team that supports countries in nearly 130 places to be able to address the Paris Agreement and to fulfill the pledges of the Paris Agreement. And I am here to tell you that this is not just about Tuvalu. This is not just about some of these places that we know are on the front lines of the climate crisis. It is not about them. It is also about us. Because right now, we are seeing the climate crisis carry forward in every part of the world. Even in the United States, 26 states right now are under a moderate or severe drought warning. This year alone in the United States, we have had 4,500 wildfires. It's March. We already know that things like sea level rise are starting to overtake cities like Palm Beach, Miami, and the way that they're thinking about their future is completely changing. These Category 5 storms that we see in the news are devastating in their ability to wipe out entire infrastructures. And we see some countries, especially in the Caribbean, starting to have to make hard choices about when a storm comes along and wipes out an airport, a year later, you're able to rebuild that airport, and then a storm comes along and wipes it out again, resulting in just a cascade of impact and a cascade of difficulty for an entire country. And beneath all of this, of course, is a very, very difficult reality. How many of you have seen this graph? Yeah. This represents 150 years of global temperature. And you can see over here, it starts out, it's pretty smooth, pretty solid, and then this is where we are. The reality is that the last 8 years have been the hottest on record. And even right now, the world's foremost scientists on climate change are discussing in Geneva what all of this adds up to. There's a negotiation going on right now, and next week, hopefully, they will be able to agree to be able to publish a scientific report about the latest on the climate impacts. And we know that it's going to reflect what we are already seeing in the world. Extremes have become the new norm. And these extremes are here to stay. The scale of these impacts are massive. They are widespread, they are intensifying. Some of them, when we see all of these headlines about things like glaciers, are potentially irreversible. And if we can reverse them, it's going to take centuries, if not millennia, to do it. We also know that the more emissions that are in the atmosphere, the hotter it's going to get, and the hotter it gets, the more unstable we get. This is our reality. And when we think about what we have already locked in, we know what we are seeing around the world is locked in for 20 to 30 years. Think about someone who's young right now. The next 20 to 30 years are at least this, what we have. And it doesn't stop there. The implications of this increasing heat affects every part of our lives. Supply chains, shipping, we are seeing the impacts of extreme heat on this. Food systems, if you like salmon, if you like wine, if you like avocados, those are going to start increasing in price because we know that all of those have to grow in a certain climate, and that is shifting. We know the effect on education. When it starts getting hotter, especially in the United States, when this threshold of about 98, 99 degrees, SAT scores go down. Health. In the impact of wildfires, it's not just about the landscape, but it's also about exposing generations of kids to smoke that are going to increase their rates of asthma to rates that we have never seen before. All of this impacts us. People on the move. In New York City, the NYPD talks a lot about when we do reach extreme heat, violence goes up in the city, and they have to deploy more police officers. This is our new reality. And that is that we have changed life on earth as we know it. We have to come to terms with that. There's no standing on the sidelines with this. There's no ignoring this, because the sooner that we can come to terms with this, the sooner that we can do something about it. And so with all of this, when I think about the climate crisis and I think about our future, even through all of this difficulty and through all of this hardship, I am an optimist. And I'm going to tell you why. Because we know how to solve this problem. We know. We know we have to protect nature. We know we have to change food systems. We have to change the way we move people around. We have to change the way we get energy. We have to change the way that we design and build our communities and our cities. We have to do it in a way that is inclusive and respects the vast history of communities, locally, communities, indigenous peoples around the world. We have to do this. The good news is that we have the funding, we have the technology, we know how to do it. We just have to do it. As you know, I'm at the United Nations, and so something that we talk a lot about, of course, is the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement was adopted in 2015. This is a picture of the moment that it was adopted, and this is the result of really decades of negotiations on climate change. And there's something really remarkable about the Paris Agreement that is very unique and why it was so groundbreaking. And that is something that we call a ratchet mechanism. It seems so simple at its core, but at the time, this was hotly debated. This was something that countries really had to grapple with and really try to fine-tune what it meant to have this. And so you can see here, this is our trajectory over time. The goal by 2050 is to reach net zero emissions. And to keep ourselves safe, scientists tell us that we have to cap global temperature rise at 1.5 degrees. 1.5 degrees is this very, very important number that is our collective goal. But how do we get there? Countries have to put forward every 5 years a new pledge on climate change. Every single country. No other treaty has been able to pull this off because it is so important that countries are increasing their ambition over time, even through hardship, even through COVID, even through wars and conflict, that we maintain the path. Because when we can get here, when we can get to net zero by 2050, that means we can keep ourselves safe. So I work a lot with different governments, and I wanted to share just some of my perspectives on, I think, what we need to think about as we're talking about the climate crisis and as we are going into this reality. And the first is that we are not going to achieve any of this if we don't work together. Collaboration is key. And I know that especially we are in a world where it's easy to say, me first, my country first, my community first. But when it's just ourselves first, we fail. We have to work together. And we even know the results of that. The International Energy Agency put together some scenarios. And you can see here at the bottom all of the years. When we work together, we can reach that goal of net zero by 2050. Working together means sharing technology. It means creating standards and accountability globally between countries. It means being able to facilitate investment into all of these climate pledges that are happening around the world. It means truly being able to see each other and to help each other in ways that, quite frankly, we haven't done before. But we can do it. If we don't, their prediction is that it would take us around 2090, 2100 to be able to meet our goals, if at all. That tacks on decades. Remember that question in Tuvalu? How long do they have? It's right about here. If we don't work together, our fates are absolutely tied. Number two, when we talk about how we're going to tackle the climate crisis, it is often overwhelming, and we talk a lot about the difficulties of this, the storms, the sea level rise, the drought, a lot of the things that I've been describing. But it's also an immense opportunity. Because we didn't get to this problem by accident. There were specific choices that were made along the way to lead us to where we are now. And it'll be specific choices that help get us out of this. It'll be choices that help create new jobs, to help create communities that are inclusive, that leave no one behind, that protect people from all of these devastating climate impacts. And this is where it is so critical that we can start to do this in a just way. In the World on Climate, we talk a lot about justice, and we talk a lot about what it means to create this transition at a speed and scale that we need. And we use the word, the phrase, just transition. And just transition is all about how you can start to create jobs that are inclusive of everyone. And especially for those that may be in careers and jobs that are the fossil fuel industry or different ways that are contributing to the climate crisis, how do you start to transition out of that? For this rapid move we need to make to a new type of economy, what does that mean for workers? What does that mean for people that need to be with us fully on this transition? And again, this is where we can work together. This is where we can ensure that justice is at the heart of everything that we do, that human rights and acknowledging what everyone has to bring to the table is so important. Number 3, bring what you've got. You don't have to be a climate scientist. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to be something that is sort of deep in the climate world. Maybe you're an entrepreneur, maybe you're a poet, maybe you're a musician. We need all of you. Because the reality is that there's no sitting on the sidelines with the climate crisis. There just isn't. We are too far along and the stakes are too high to be able to sit on the sidelines. And it means we need all of you. And so I know that I'm here to kind of talk to you about the climate crisis, but really I'm recruiting you. Because we need you. We need you. And you know who else needs you? Our future generations. I have a niece and a nephew. She's 5, he's about 2.5. She loves cats and strawberries. He loves trucks. There's no better thing than trucks in the world for him. And I think about what their future is going to be. I think about what it means to grow up in a world of extremes. And I think about how lucky we all were to not have to face that. That summertimes brought strawberries. I lived in Washington State, and I can still remember all of the seasons. I can still remember what it meant to be outside in summertime riding bikes and having to go back in once the street lights went off. It is so important that you bring what you have and you can think about these future generations. They need us to be brave. They need us to have courage in this fight, and we cannot back down. So please join. Please join this fight. Please join the ability for all of us to work together on the climate crisis because we need you, and we can make the impossible possible. Thank you very much.
Do you all see what I was talking about with Cassie Flynn? Can we please give her a round of applause? What an incredible speaker for the planet. And for those of you that are just tuning in, you're gonna wanna catch that replay. You can watch on demand anytime through the We Don't Have Time app, so you will not miss any content that we are presenting to you today. I am so thrilled to move to the next part of this segment, which is going to be a recap of the campaign that has seen 2 billion plus views around the world, #Don'tChooseExtinction. If you fall into the minority of those in climate that may not have seen it yet, you're in for a treat. Some of the voices of the dinosaur you'll see entering the General Assembly Hall at the UN have been played by famous actors and actresses. One being Nikolai Coster-Waldau, Danish actor, known for being the Kingslayer in Game of Thrones, for those Game of Thrones fans out there. You'll see that we interviewed Nikolai in his part of this campaign last year at South by Southwest. So you'll get a peek at that clip as well, and then we're gonna do a year in review. What has happened with Don't Choose Extinction since 2022 South by Southwest? So check this out.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
The elephant in the room, but really we should be saying the dinosaur in the room.
We should be saying the dinosaur in the room. Frankie the dinosaur.
And we have the dinosaur in the room, even though Nikolai is mostly associated with dragons. Actually, in this campaign, you're the dinosaur. So what inspired you to join this campaign? Why take on this role?
Well, I've been a Goodwill ambassador for almost 6 years now with the UNDP, and they asked me, and I thought it was an incredible idea, because when I joined, of course, the idea was for me to help raise awareness of multiple issues, but of course climate action being one of the most important ones, maybe the most important. And yes, you constantly you hit this wall of people tuning out, because it just becomes overwhelming. I have the same feeling, and I sometimes like, oh, I can't. It's too much and it's too depressing. Which of course is not a way to react. You want to encourage people to take action, to give hope that there are solutions and there are things we can do immediately.
So that was Nikolai Coster-Waldau, and sitting next to him was Boaz Paldi. Boaz is the United Nations Development Program Chief Creative Officer, and he oversees the UNDP's advocacy, flagship campaigns, events, and partnerships. So most recently, Boaz managed the design, the rollout, and the launch of this #Don'tChooseExtinction campaign. Boaz was meant to join us live via Zoom, but he has sent us a video to recap what he has felt has been a year in review of the launch of Frankie the Dinosaur. Take a watch.
Thanks very much. It's great to be here. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. In the last year, we've seen a significant rise in fossil fuel subsidy reform. In 2021, $423 billion were used for fossil fuel subsidies, direct fossil fuel subsidies all over the world. In 2022, over 600 billion was used. So there is still a lot to be done in this space, and in the space of decarbonization and trying to get us to net zero. It's absolutely vital that we move down this path. There's no question about it. The IPCC report is clear. The scientists are clear. All the signs are there. We must take action now. And if we do not take action now, there is certain scenarios that are pretty scary. But we have been trying very hard to continue the journey of Frankie the Dino and the Don't Choose Extinction campaign. We had Frankie the Dino himself in South by Southwest for the first time last year. Since then, Frankie's been all over the world, traveling throughout the world and sending the message of climate action. We've been to Rwanda and had a very fantastic meeting there with over 10,000 African youth in the Youth Connect conference. We were, of course, in COP27. We've been to the south of France, in Nice and in Cannes, and we're at the Cannes Lions Festival. So we've really been trying to send this message of climate activists through our own climate activists, Frankie the Dino. It's been a fantastic year in terms of our own campaign, but we're still moving in the wrong direction. It's still not where we want to be. There is still so much to be done, and really an urgency to do it. But there's also a lot of hope. I am galvanized by the idea that there is all this incredible work being done, all this innovation, all this human ingenuity at work, trying to find solutions that will change where we're heading. And I see them every day. We have the solutions, we have the technology. Now all we need to do is scale and really decarbonize, electrify, move in that right direction as quickly as we possibly can. It is vital that we all take action. None of us can sit on the fence anymore. None of us can say, well, it's somebody else's problem. It's obvious that it's all of our problems, and we need immediately to take action. Frankie the Dino is here to remind you of that, and we hope to continue on that journey, and hopefully we will be back here next year in South by Southwest with better news, and we'll see you all next year. Thanks so much, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Boaz, who sends his regrets for not being here in person, but we will surely be following up with what Frankie has done in 2023 and be doing 2 years in review in 2024. Thank you, Boaz. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you to the UNDP, and hashtag Don't Choose Extinction. So we've been talking about how to reduce subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. How do we actually transition away from dirty energy to clean energy and do this justly? How do we finance this? Obviously, these are big questions, but we don't have time. That's not just the name of our company, it's the reality of what we are facing. We don't have time to wait. We need to transition. The writing is on the wall. It needs to be done fairly. So I can think of nobody better to speak with me on this than my colleague who will be joining me on stage as you see the intro. Okay. So Marcin Mitchell is the Senior Vice President of Climate Change at the World Wildlife Fund. Marcin is advancing WWF's climate agenda in the US and globally and building greater synergies across WWF's climate change mitigation and resilience initiatives with a particular focus on nature-based solutions. Marcin, it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us today. Thank you for joining us at South by Southwest.
Great, it's so nice to be here. Lovely audience. Looking forward to talking with you.
The audience here, and then also those tuning in from around the world who are curious to learn more about your thoughts, especially as it relates to where we are in terms of adapting to this newer, warmer planet and what we can do to mitigate against a worser outcome. So what do we need to do? We just heard from Cassie about the synthesis of the UN reports, and it's not new science. We've known this for decades. So based on all of that information, from your perspective, what needs to be done?
Well, I'm really happy, and I agree with Cassie. The good news is that we know what to do. This is a problem that we can solve, and that we have the technology and the ability to do it. What we lack really is the will, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But basically, there are a lot of different scenarios out there of how we solve this problem, but basically there are 5 major strategies, right? And so the first strategy is that we need to move from burning fossil fuels to renewable energy for our electricity. So renewable energy, clean energy to produce the power that we use. The second strategy is to then electrify everything that we can using this renewable energy. So instead of having gas-powered cars, we have electric cars. Instead of having gas-powered heating systems, we have electric heating systems. So we electrify everything. So that's number 2. Number 3 is we're growing as a population. You know, we hit 8 billion people this year, and we're headed to 10, right? So we need to do more. We've got more people. We have to do it with less. So energy efficiency is going to be very, very important. We have to decouple economic growth. We need to be able to raise people out of poverty. We need to continue lifestyles, but it can't be tied to energy as it has been in the past. So energy efficiency and investing in new technologies. While we have most of the technologies we need to get started, we don't have enough all the technologies to finish the job. So investing in new technology. The fourth thing that we need to do is nature, and we'll talk about this more. Jed talked about it, where we know that over 53% of the emissions that we're sending up into the air are actually being absorbed by the oceans and the land. So just think of what a problem we would be in if we were not having nature to solve that. So we need to keep those sinks, and we also need to reform our land use, like agriculture, how we transform our food. Finally, waste. We have to look at a different way of how we consume. We've all grown up in a society where we just extract, we consume, we throw away. That's how we learned, right? We need a circular economy, we need to have less waste, and we need to be able to use less in order to do it. So if we do those 5 things, we really can reduce carbon emissions to net zero. And then the final thing is, and this again Cassie pointed out, we have to adapt. One of the things that came out in the UN report is that we are not at all prepared for adapting to the changes that are built in, not to mention further changes if we don't change our ways. And so we need to do that. That is going to hit right now the poorest and most vulnerable people. You know, climate change does not, we talk about 1.5 degree global temperatures, but it really is faster around the equator and at the poles. And so those people are already feeling, we just saw Pakistan having epic floods, a third of the country. We're going to see more of that. So we need to start preparing to adapt, or the island states we saw. We have to adapt.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. That was so clear. These are the 5 things we really need to keep in mind, top of mind, and again, come together, collaborate, work with organizations, plug in where we can to really usher in a future that solves these problems and sets us up so we don't deal with them again. And I know that's something you really care about, how to transition justly. And we're going to get into that, but before we do, you represent WWF here in the United States, and it has offices around the world. WWF is a global organization doing incredible work. And so what is it that the United States is doing to really roll out within? How is the United States leading by example? And how is WWF showcasing the good work that's really happening domestically that countries around the world can learn from and can also look to implement themselves?
Right. So the U.S. is so important in this climate fight. We can't do it without the U.S. The U.S. is the second largest annual contributor to GHG emissions after China, and it's the first if you take it back from time immemorial. So we are hugely important and impactful. Not only that, but of course we have a huge political and economic voice. So what we do really matters. So what we do as Americans also really matters. Up to this point, we in the U.S. had, really hard time in terms of political will, right? But recently, in the last couple of years, we just passed 3 very important pieces of legislation. One is called the Infrastructure Act, one is called the Inflation Reduction Act, and the third one is called CHIPS, which is like a Manufacturing and Science Act. And these 3 things together, it's the biggest investment we've made in our economy in decades. I mean, the last time we made real investment was after the 2008 crisis, and that was maybe a little under $300 billion. Those 3 acts together are $800 billion in the clean economy. So this is really, really huge. And this is an opportunity. It will reduce our emissions by about up to 41% by 2030. Now, our goal is 50%, so it's not quite, doesn't bring us quite there, but it's a huge step forward. And now the real question is, can we implement it? Can we get it done?
And some of the pushback with this policy is that it's not really being felt day to day. It's such a massive amount of money that is being dedicated towards climate change, the transition to clean energy, and it's fantastic. But because it's not an obvious experience for those day to day, there's nefarious messaging that's making it seem like it's a waste of money. So what can we do to address these inaccurate perceptions? How do we get Americans excited that this legislation has passed, and then that is also going to be something that other governments are looking at closely to make sure that their publics get behind any policies they try to put forward as well.
Okay, so let's first talk about how you might see this money or this investment coming your way in your lives, and then we can talk about how do we be active? How do we make sure that we're implementing? So basically the money comes in about 4 different ways. One, and I kind of talked about it with, how do we transition into a low carbon economy? And so this money goes into those areas. First is transportation, right? We need to get off of gas guzzling cars into electric vehicles. Transportation is the #1 highest area of emissions in the US, so #1 big problem. The great news is you'll see there are now tax incentives. These bills are basically all carrot, no stick, right? So it's all about incentives, which is important though that we take advantage of them. So you have a $7,500 tax incentive to do electric vehicles. So you go in, you buy electric vehicles, you get $7,500 off the cost.
That's tangible. That sounds tangible.
That's really tangible.
Okay.
And they've also added in $4,000 for used cars. So before it was like, well, I can't even afford an electric vehicle. Who can afford a Tesla, right? I need a used car, but now $4,000 off for used cars as well. So that's really one way you can really feel it. The second is in buildings, right? We have to get off of gas. Gas is in our heating, gas is in our air conditioning. We use gas in our cooking. And so there are huge incentives, up to $8,000 for a whole home renovation to take gas out of your home. New appliances, heat pumps, which is another way. It's kind of like a reverse refrigerator. So for heating and air conditioning, that's electric, right? And there are other things that, use for energy efficiency. I talked about energy efficiency. There are incentives at the individual level, at the home level, for those type of things. So that's transportation, that's buildings. There are things for industry, which are really important because everyone can't solve this whole climate crisis. We need businesses to do it as well as governments to do it. So there are incentives there. And I think there's a huge part for environmental and climate justice, which is really important because the difference with the system between fossil fuels and clean energy is clean energy, you have to put a lot of money up front. You got to buy the car. Once you buy the car, it's really cheaper, right? You don't have to buy gas and things like that very much. And the same thing with stuff for your home. So affordability is an issue for low income and middle income people. So this bill has put in over $15 billion just for affordability, so that people can actually access this. It doesn't help it if you can't afford to buy the car or do the home. And solar panels, the same thing. Once you get the solar panel on your roof, the sun is free pretty much, right? So that's what we have to do is get that affordability, take down those upfront costs.
Okay, so all of these things you are describing clearly are being messaged by groups that have the right intentions. Those who are trying to maintain the old order, despite the writing being on the wall that we can no longer operate in a world that is extracting energy from fossil fuels, are trying their very darndest to keep things the way they are. So how do we combat this?
Right. So I think we have to think of activism in a different way than we have in the past, right? We've often thought of activism as protest. And protest has a very important part of activism, but it's only one part. I mean, one thing, protest, it's loud, it feels good, you're with a lot of people, but it can only take you so far. At a certain point, the fight has now come local. It's about getting it done. It's about implementing it on the ground. And as you say, there's a lot of disinformation out there. Oh, you put up a wind farm and it's going to infect the things in my brain. Right. I mean, just really crazy things that people really believe. There's a lot of disinformation. And that is well organized, well thought out, and it's at the local levels now. So we now need, when you start to think of activism, we need to start thinking of taking the fight home, taking the fight local, right? It is in the city councils. It is in the local municipalities. It is with your neighbors. It is with your friends. It is with your family. You need to think of yourself as an activist, not only politically, which is important. How do you vote? Any young person who's not out there voting, you're not an activist, okay? You've got to vote.
I love that.
You've got to, okay? You have to take it local. How are you an activist in your job, right? We need people who are in these companies, pushing companies to do the right thing. Activists in the companies, activists in the voting booth, activists with your neighborhood, right? These are things, activists with your money, okay? Who do you buy from? What kind of companies? You have to take that extra step. It's not the fun stuff, to be honest with you. You know you're really getting to it. It's like any big goal, right? We were watching the Oscars last night, and, it's not the day you get to hold the golden, statue. It's all that work, day after day after day, and that's where we are now. We have to do the little boring things, show up at the meetings, talk to our friends, talk to our family, vote, ask your boss, what's your policies on, climate, what are you guys doing? Those things, those little things, constantly, persistently, that's real activism, that's what's gonna make the difference.
Oh my gosh, I love this, Marcine. It's such a call to action, and you can feel the energy and passion coming from you. It's palpable, and those who are not physically here in person, you can sense it through the screen. This is why we created this platform, to be able to share efforts that those that might not actually be able to attend, South by Southwest or the various UN conferences, but still want to get involved, still want to do something. They need to be inspired. They need to hear from speakers like you what the takeaways are. And so thank you for expressing them so passionately, because I know the audiences are paying attention. And so share your thoughts in the chat, engage with us, engage with the speakers, engage with one another, and let's do exactly what Marcine said, use our voices and really usher in a future that is clean. So can we pay for this clean future?
Right. So that's the big question. People talk about it a lot. And it is, something to think about. There are things that we can absolutely do. So the short answer is yes. The IEA, which is the International Energy Association, estimates at the low end that we would have to spend about less than 1% of our global GDP between now and 2030. McKinsey comes up with a survey, and they say, it's up to 6 to 7% of our GDP. But whether it's 1% or 6 to 7%, and I think that one's high and one's low, it's probably somewhere in the middle, we can afford 3 or 4% of a GDP, of a global GDP, to save the planet, right? Absolutely, we can do it. We need to be creative on how we do it. We need to activate the private sector and make the private sector responsible, and where they have the money, leverage our government money. We need to stop investing in fossil fuels and subsidies and redirect that money. But yes, this is really not a financial issue. Although as we go into this issue of adaptation, and you'll hear the term loss and damage, and this is the issues of fairness and justice again between the developed world, who is basically, the G20 is responsible for 80% of emissions, to the rest of the world who are feeling the impacts, and how do we help them? What are we going to do, right? And that's not really a question of money, it's a question again of will. How do we take care of each other? What are our responsibilities to people outside of our borders? Particularly if we've what are our responsibilities to next generations? That's why climate is so hard, because it affects people far away. It affects people, who are not even born yet. It affects people who are not right in front of me. Those are going to be moral choices that we are going to have to make. But money is not the bottom line issue.
Absolutely. And so how is that going to come about, that this transition truly will result in that equitable outcome for within the United States, across the world, as you just described? Can it actually happen?
Absolutely. Again, it's up to all of us. I mean, this feels overwhelming at times, and so we can't take on the whole world, but we can make the changes within our, sphere of influence. So what we do today, how we live our lives personally, but also how we try to impact the bigger things. I mean, you and I, we can't decide about renewable energy. I mean, we could put a solar panel on our roof, but we can't do a big, but we can do the things that we can do. We can buy the car, we can influence people, we can vote, we can lobby, we can be at that local school meeting or that local city council meeting. And then as my communicator at work always says, envy is the best motivator. So if you start
we can
living...
shout out Liz.
Yes,
She really does say
she
that
says
great.
that. If you live in a certain way, you can influence people. You'd be surprised at how, people like, oh, where did you get that? Just like if you get the latest, iPhone or whatever, people want to see that. If you're talking this talk, if you walk the walk, it can make a difference. We can do this.
Okay, that's extremely reassuring. From your lips to reality. Thank you, Marcin, for sharing that with us. And you've already expressed so much action that can be taken by advocates for the climate, by activism, the role activism plays, the role of collaboration, the role of policy. We've covered a host of topics. The one thing I would like to touch upon and end upon as well is the role of youth, the role of the next generation.
Right.
What do younger people have at stake, and why is it then so critical for them to get involved if they're not already?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have children who are Gen Z, 21 years old, et cetera. And, this is my daughter. And during her lifetime, right, and we talk about the next 20, 50 years, she's just about to graduate from school, she's going to marry, she'll have children, she'll get her first job, she'll buy her first house. All of this stuff is going to happen in her lifetime, not to mention her children and her grandchildren's lifetime. So yes, she gets mad at me. She's like, your generation messed it up and now you're asking us to fix it. So, and I get that. You got the right to be mad. But you also have the necessity to do something about it, right? Take that anger and transform it into action. And people often ask me, are you optimistic? Are you hopeful? And what I say is, optimism is not the right frame. It really is the thing of hope. And hope is that kind of thing which is, the day-to-day getting up. The hope is that prize fighter who falls down, has gotten beaten, but gets up at the last minute. Hope is non-negotiable, right? Hope, sometimes people say failure is not an option. Failure happens all the time. But hope is not, losing hope is not an option for us. Even if things don't go exactly what we think, even if we go to past 1.5 degrees, every day we have to have hope. Because hope, is for this planet. There's no giving up on this. There's no slowing down. There's no, stepping back and giving into depression or to denial.
Sure.
Hope is a day-to-day thing that we can always generate within ourselves. And that's what I ask for the younger generation, is to have hope, right?
I love that.
Is to stick with that and know that it's your future and the future of our humankind.
Yes, there's no choosing extinction.
There's no choosing extinction, exactly.
So,
exactly.
Thank you. You are such a powerhouse. Thank you so much
thank
for
you.
your passion, the work that you're doing, and for the inspiration to the next generation. I appreciate you very much, Marcin.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
So excited now to move swiftly to how to transition to clean energy and voices from the next generation that are working actively in this space to get us there. I am so excited to have you all joining me on stage. Welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So let's go through who everyone is here. We have Isaias Hernandez, climate educator focusing on storytelling about environmental justice. He's well known in his field under the social moniker Queer Brown Vegan. And his independent media platform has a global audience of over 100,000 followers. And hopefully, yeah, that's pretty cool. In the world of social media, you are reaching the masses. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. Christy Drupman is otherwise known as Brown Girl Green, also with a massive social media platform. She's a speaker, consultant, media producer, and environmental educator. She's the co-founder of the Green Jobs Board, which is a climate tech startup bridging the equity and inclusion gap within the green economy by bringing more diverse talent into the environmental field. So really giving opportunities to the next generation to get involved in the green economy. Awesome, Christy. Thank you for being here. And Dinara Ermakova, Ermakova, I got that. I've even been to Kazakhstan. I have no excuses. I've been to your hometown of Astana. You're a nuclear advocate, you're a public speaker, and you're an expert in nuclear technology and policy. You're originally from Astana, Kazakhstan. You earned your doctorate in nuclear engineering from UC Berkeley, and you're currently working in strategy, communication, and outreach to advance nuclear as an avenue to solving climate disruption and providing just access to abundant clean energy. And as somebody who strongly advocates for needing the clean energy transition, needing to have these technologies to support it, I'm really happy to have you here on this stage to speak with us as well. So, let's get started. I'm going to start with you, Dinara. What does the just energy transition really mean?
I think the more important part we forget is that transition happened in the Western world, where we already have all the resources. We have money, finances, right? We have talent. But when we talk about the developing world, it's not a transition, it is a development from scratch. Some people don't have access to water, electricity, medical support, and there is no bridge, because when we try to pitch transition, it's just we forget about the countries which have no access to all the resources we have here. And just transition, it means we don't leave those countries behind, we don't leave communities behind. We try to work together and provide solutions that work for those communities, rather than provide some solutions without consulting with them and feeling good about this.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Yes. Don't all countries deserve access to, don't they deserve rich energy lives? That's the question I'd like to put out there for those of you tuning in, those of you here in person, and to the panelists, of course. Your thoughts on this question, Christy?
I would just say that, like, when it comes to thinking about a just transition, it's making sure that people aren't left behind. You know, if we're going to be able to move towards, a just and inclusive energy transition, that means making sure that there's good paying jobs, there's opportunities that makes it easy for people who are in these, historic extractive industries to transition easily to a new industry, whether that be through skills training, workforce development, being able to provide resources and access to their community. There needs to be co-benefits. It can't just be this like euphoria of like, okay, this is the agenda of the clean energy transition, and we don't really care about you all because you're uneducated or you are a part of that part of the problem. It needs to be that they're a part of the solution, and they need to feel like they're a part of the solution. So how can we communicate that and make sure that there's actual infrastructure, opportunities for unionizing, things like that, that actually allows those folks to feel supported in that transition is really important.
I love that. And to never lose hope too, right? To be able to, like we just heard from Marcin Mitchell from WWF, how important it is to preserve that hope so that people are excited, the next generation's excited about ushering in this clean energy transition. Otherwise, are we gonna get them to really do the work that's gonna be required, right? What do you think about all of this? What does a just clean energy transition mean for you?
Yeah, back a few months ago, I attended the Clean Energy Freedom Forum, where I got to meet Secretary Jennifer Granholm and Ukrainian Prime Energy Minister. And I think one of the things that I realized is that Ukraine is dependent on nuclear energy. And I think the importance of that Clean Energy Forum was to kind of address the fact that achieving energy equity or energy justice is going to be coming from these corporations that have historically also polluted the planet. And I think on that end, there's a lot of solutions that are being presented as alternatives to our energy systems. But I think a clean energy future to me also looks into advocating anti-terrorism, since our energy grids are at risk for being attacked. They're constantly being threatened and dismantled in different areas. And so I think on my end, it's going back to the fact that Black and Indigenous POC communities are usually the ones that are working in these fossil fuel sectors. They are employed by these industries. So how do we get them to understand that the importance to transition out from these extractive systems is also educating them, which is why it's so important for us to recognize that there are these different solutions like solar and wind that are being out there and they're being scaled, but also to ensure that there is safety in the workplace, that there is diversity, that there is equity, that there is inclusion, that there is anti-racism being talked about in this just transition.
I love that. Exactly right. And then when we see leaders like Jennifer Granholm really championing for various technologies and trying to overcome those barriers that are resulting in these technologies not reaching it to commercial viability. I wonder what your thoughts on that are, Dinar. What are some of the challenges that policymakers are facing to get, let's say, nuclear to commercial viability? What are the challenges you're seeing working in this space to actually see some of these things make it to market?
That's a good question because it involves a lot of financing questions, like how do we finance projects that are very far in the future, let's say 10 years when we will commercialize some of the advanced reactors, and then how do we source the funding to build those, because some of the sources of funding only care about short-term solutions, like how do we bring something into market and get the revenue fast as possible. But another hurdle is about the policy and regulations. How do we really bring some technologies as complex and at the same time so advanced to the market, having so many regulatory hardships to just bring this technology to test them? And having the technology for 70 years working fine, that already proves that technology is there. We have every knowledge, we have expertise, but by not building the technology, we are losing expertise and talent. People just fly to France and work there because they have the whole fleet of nuclear, and then we lose in this kind of game because we are losing talent, and it takes time to build the task force from scratch when you don't have enough people studying nuclear, for example, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering. There are many fields that are seeing shortage of people specialized in certain skills. And those are topics that are making it harder to bring these technologies on market, and also the public support. We need more people that could openly say, hey, we don't know enough about nuclear. Can you talk more about that, rather than saying, hey, nuclear is dangerous or bad, because that's not true. And we try to provide as much information with our partners and other communicators about nuclear energy, about the benefits in agriculture and medical support and other fields. In space exploration, there are so many opportunities that we can benefit from one technology, and how much it can benefit the other countries that don't yet have access to these technologies. So those are the hardships,
challenges that we need to overcome.
Yes.
Thank you for articulating that so clearly. You know, it's International Women's Month. Maybe we can get a little round of applause for half of the world's population, and where we're hoping to take women in the future, and one being the pursuit of science, technology, engineering. I'm always thinking environmental, but environmental engineering, and math, right? STEM field. So in exactly what you described, bringing in the next generation of the workforce that cares about pursuing these technologies and these advancements, but making sure we bring women along as well. Still, the number of women that are in this field it's abysmally small. So also keeping that in mind is, how do we really create a diverse workforce in the future for some of these really exciting technologies? So how can we get the activist community more involved? And some of the segments of the activist communities, especially the younger generations, are pretty against nuclear, to be totally frank. So from your vantage point, and I know you think nuclear needs to be part of the solution, how do you think we can activate the various demographics, some of these different groups to support what we see as going to be necessary to transition to clean energy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think on my end, to be quite frank, is that even my friends that are nuclear advocates, is that I still don't support it just because I tell them I see the plans, I see the strategies, I see the development that's happening. What I do not trust is the government, not because of a conspiracy theory, but because time after time, if you look at history, how much they have failed their people and they serve the interests of corporations, that itself is what I'm so skeptical about. I said, my friend was telling me about, for example, Diablo Canyon that's happening here in one of the states, and they're trying to save it. And a lot of those are women that are working there. They're labor union orgs, and they're also trying to purchase some of the land to go back to indigenous sovereignty and indigenous communities. That itself, I see those strong cases for nuclear, right, to continue existing, because if that were to shut down, more natural gas and fossil fuel industries would open up. And so I think it's also nuanced, but also I try to understand the narratives of indigenous communities that have the legacy of nuclear colonialism that still themselves do not have reparations today. And I think on my end, it's a two-sided battle where it's like I see the science, I see the methodologies, I see these really creative implementations, but I think I still have this skepticism that US governments are able to actually implement those policies and ensure those safety regulations at a higher extent. Not to say that they're not doing it, I'm just saying those extra precautional steps that could be taken, I don't know if they're ready to do that.
That's fair. I mean, that's an absolutely fair point to make, is if we're going to bring technologies and some of these moonshot technologies in the pipeline, right, we're going to need policymakers to be responsible and to make sure that the publics that they're attempting to provide energy to are protected. I mean, does energy matter if the actual communities are still suffering? So that's a completely fair point. It's taken. Point well taken. So that goes back again to the last panel with Marcin Mitchell, who said, and Jad Daly, who said, vote, vote, vote. The next generation needs to care, needs to be involved, and needs to ensure that those who represent us are supporting our best interest in terms of technology, in terms of protecting communities with those new technologies as well. So point well taken. Christy, you work with your Green Jobs platform, and do you think that this will also help, picking up on what Dinara was saying in terms of that this being a big challenge, not having the trained, educated workforce for future technologies? Do you think that your platform and other efforts similar to yours will be able to provide the next generation with the right skills to support this clean energy transition?
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the biggest goals of the Green Jobs Board moving forward with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, the goal of that is to create, large swaths of, economic development and job development. And a big part of that is to build this clean energy transition, right? But again, like there's so much supply of these jobs, but not enough people who they can fill those jobs in because of, the need for, upskilling, workforce development, all these things. So there needs to be pathways, there needs to be curriculum, and that's a big thing that we want to build at Green Jobs Board, is being able to make that really easy for people, whether or not you have a college degree, that you are a part of the solution, and that they're, again, good paying jobs, that you would have unionized benefits, and again, you wouldn't be put in a position where maybe you have to work 10 to 20, 30 hours a day or whatever, a ton of hours in the day, breaking your back, sweating, putting together a solar array. Like, that is not what I view as a just transition. What I view is that you would be able to get an education and have a long-term career pathway even after you were an installer or working on, wind turbines or working on the research for those technologies, whatever. There'd be a long-term career trajectory for you, and you'd have benefits, so that way you could also pass that on to another generation. Those are the ways we need to start thinking about these industries, is not, again, this short-term thinking of, okay, we're going to build these things, and then it's just going to be extracted again, and we're going to throw it away. Again, back to your previous question, I think with the clean energy transition, there needs to be talking about a circular economy. And I think with building a circular economy, there needs to be circularity within building a proper workforce. And in order to embed circularity into a growing workforce, you have to think about every step of the way on how we're going to skill up, train up, and think about the next generation on where they're going to end up 5 to 10 to 20, 30 years from now. And I think those of us at Green Jobs Board, we're at the very beginning of that journey of building that infrastructure, but I'm really excited to see what we're going to be able to do with that.
I love that. I love that. And this requires telling us stories. So let me come back to you, Isaias. How is it that you are using your platforms and using your platform and Christy's platform to share everything that we're talking about here, some of the challenges, some of the solutions, what's needed, getting people excited? How is storytelling really critical to this process, to ultimately the transition to clean energy?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to the humanization component, because I think one of the biggest things I really like to teach my community is climate terminology. I think words are both powerful and dangerous tools at the same time, depending on who uses it. And, my community, I talked about this terminology called petromasculinity that was coined by Kara Daggett. and it looked into how fossil fuels, America's fossil fuel addiction has created a new type of masculinity that centers around this idea of American sovereignty. And what she argues specifically is saying that the death of the fossil fuel industry cannot happen when we have existing technologies that are emerging and still relying on the same systems. And I think in terms of that storytelling piece, it's not to say that, you know, she's right, other people will disagree, some people will agree. But I think that the point of talking about these terminologies is that it gets people to kind of think about toxic masculinity, patriarchy, environmentalism, and energy. And when I talked about it, it was funny because, you know, a lot of conservatives were like harassing me and like sending me like messages. But on the other hand,
to the club.
yeah, on the other hand, I got this really interesting conversation of like people saying, you know, I work at the energy sector, and the amount of sexism and misogyny that I've been facing and the reliance of this type of toxic culture that's in America itself does really illustrate the term. And, you know, I give accreditation to this professor again to talk about it, because I think storytelling itself can draw conversations, but it can also bring out different opposing views. And the idea in my work isn't to say the solution, it's to say this is a classroom and I want you all to discuss, and let's actually come up with a more formulable answer.
Go ahead.
I just want to add on to that, like, I think we just need more, you know, painting the picture of what this looks like, right? Like, I'm considering, you know, doing an interview with green manufacturers. I know it's not the sexiest thing, but it's like, we got to see what that actually looks like. What does it look like to do that research? What does it look like to work on a solar array? What are the benefits? What is the work security? Why do you love your workplace? Why do you love this vision of the future and what it's bringing back to your community? We need more stories like that that humanize these things that feel very academic and almost elitist. At least that's how conservative media frames it. It's like we want to challenge those narratives. We have to also create that space for those voices to be heard. And again, that comes back to focusing on union workers, that focuses on these people that have been, you know, trying to transition away from extractive infrastructure. And I think there's such a huge storytelling opportunity in that, to where people could reach totally new audiences. And for me, I've made some videos on the just transition. I've interviewed folks who are trying to work in that space, who are struggling with that storytelling piece. But I think it's an exciting challenge for all of us to take on in this space, to bring in especially voices that we typically don't interact with. And I think that needs to happen ASAP.
I love that. Okay. So let's give a round of applause for storytelling as a communicator. I can underline this, rather, as a behavioral scientist, I can say that everything that they're talking about in this panel is supported by advances in behavioral science. So y'all didn't need PhDs to reach the same final conclusion that I did, which is it's all about storytelling. It's about the right trusted communicator reaching the right audiences with the right messaging. So Dinara, how can we take advantage of this for the nuclear industry? How can we kind of take some of what we know is working, we see it in action here with Asaya and Christy, and apply it to nuclear, which is, to be totally frank, has really struggled with the public perception challenge. There's a lot of pushback. It's really perceived as dangerous. It's perceived as conflated to nuclear proliferation. I will get that word out. And so how do we use storytelling and trusted spokespeople to move nuclear towards the clean energy future that it can be a part of?
That's a very good question, and I wanted to roll back about how to make a story more humanized, like not throw facts, which is, like, as an engineer, I understand it's easy, you have numbers, you want to show them to the world, like, hey, look, this is the research I've done, and look how amazing it is. But then at the end of the day, when you speak to people who don't have a background, they just need to put things in perspective, right? How much, what is a dose? Like, compared to banana, how much of radiation I get from, like, living next to the power plant or from X-ray, like basic things that we face every day. This is what many nuclear advocates try to do right now, is to communicate it in a very humanistic way, in such a way that you understand that your daily life is as radioactive as it gets. Like, your partner is radioactive. You get dose from just laying next to another person. And those are things that we didn't communicate well. And I think we didn't study it in school, because in school, again, it's just pure science. there's pure numbers and then try to figure what it has to do with anything I do and how I live. So yeah, putting things in perspective, question what about the waste? Again, putting in perspective compared to what? How dangerous it is compared to other types of waste, because toxic waste stays toxic forever. Nuclear waste decays. So how can we really compare it as apple to apple? Well, that's a big question, right? You need to understand that in certain time you will have zero radiation from the waste, but it takes time. But when we talk about the management of hazardous waste, toxic waste, well, the policy is regulations are less stringent, but because it's so I would say we get used to those types of waste, chemical waste and so on. It just doesn't freak us out anymore. Like eating fish and consuming mercury, it's just normal thing for us. We don't think about this, but thinking about the impact of those things and communicating that, this is what important for us as nuclear communicators and how to put those things. And we'll learn a lot about that from you guys and from solar industries. They did a good PR job. And yes, this is where nuclear lagged on communication, and we trying to catch up, taking the lessons learned and taking feedback from the population about the questions they have, about the concerns they have. Like, the more we get information, what public thinks about nuclear, the easier for us is to find the ways to communicate that.
I love that. Thank you for acknowledging the fact that there is a long way to go for the nuclear sector, and there is a lot of lessons to be learned from other technologies that have made it to commercial viability, but that have still faced significant pushback. We're constantly getting stories from the fossil fuel industry that is keeping fossil fuel subsidies, you know, top of wallet for many. And so that's really working out for that particular energy source, but there's a long way to go still for funding support for nuclear, funding support still for renewables, and the policies to support them as well. So I'm gonna throw this to each of you. I'll start with Isaiah. What does the mix, the energy mix look like in the future? And what are the challenges to get us there? What is that? So we're talking about this just transition to clean energy. What is that energy mix that would be ideal, and how do we ensure that it is achieved justly? Small question.
A little big question. I'm just kidding. I think on that end, you know, when I attended the Clean Energy Freedom Forum, I remember Ukrainian Prime Energy Minister was saying the three sources where they get their energy is geothermal, nuclear, and then solar and wind, and then I think there's like some natural gas there. I think it really depends on the country. Like, right? I think at the end of the day, we cannot say that it should be followed the same way from different countries. And as much as Ukraine that's currently experiencing the war, it's like, you know, they rely on nuclear energy. So on my end, it's like, who am I to say not to use nuclear energy to them after what's experiencing? But, you know, to me, I think it goes back to these ideas of like, how are we bringing younger and older people together to have these conversations? Because again, like you said, like the reason why I'm friends with my friends and they're nuclear advocates is that I want to learn. Like, I really do want to learn. And I think that if we're able to kind of bridge these conversations together, despite being against certain things, them pro for certain things, that needs to happen. And yeah, I think governments should be able to work more locally than national scale, because I think an energy system should not be defined by the US government, by the state, or by that area. So then the people themselves have access to that and are able to protect those energy grid systems that are so vulnerable with extreme temperatures.
I mean, you are the next generation. It's so impressive that you are thinking through the transition to clean energy with obviously so many tenured experts are working across energy sectors and really thinking through how to create a clean energy future. What you're thinking about in disproportionately to them is it being a just transition. We know that younger generations really have that top of mind. So tell me your thoughts on that, Christy. That's why we assembled the younger generation to, not youth, but younger generations, to think through the future of this clean energy transition.
I mean, I think we can't talk about a just transition without talking about deep seabed mining. I just want to bring that up in this conversation because I don't think it's been addressed about the dependence on rare earth minerals for this quote-unquote just energy transition. A bunch of young people just recently were able to convince, folks in Canada to sign on to the moratorium against deep seabed mining. And I think it's exciting because young people are leading the charge to saying if we are going to build, these new energy infrastructures, it can't be the same business as usual approach. We have to think about even the resources and the labor that's going into building, renewable energy. And we have to make sure that the communities that are also those forms of energy are being respected and that the resources being put into that are also being thought of to go towards a circular economy. And so I just wanted to bring that up just to say that young people understand circularity pretty well, at least in the circles that I'm in, understand and then build an energy transition that then is going to lead to more waste, more harm, and more polarization. So also to come up with not false solutions that actually have co-benefits, and I think that's completely possible. The solutions are already there, and I think it's important that we're thinking about economic development, thinking about supply chain management, and thinking about, what is this going to mean for the next generation with workforce development. So those are the three things that I'm thinking about moving forward, and I think young people also feel that way. We feel frustrated that the government's not moving fast enough, so we're relying maybe on some ways the private sector getting it right. But with that being said, that means we also have to hold them accountable to not do the same BS that the fossil fuel industry was doing too. They can't just slap a green label on it and say it's the end of the day. We're still going to have to hold them accountable as well in that. So, yeah.
Fair enough. So, do you agree with that, Dinara?
I very much agree, and I agree with ECS with the point that there's no solution that fits every single country, especially, let's say, in my country, I'm from Kazakhstan. The weather is not going to allow us to put solar. It's too much snow, too much cold, and unfortunately, the climate conditions not going to go well with solutions that some countries can adopt. Same with wind. Some areas are not going to be suitable for wind turbines. And when we go to more densely populated areas, let's say Bangladesh, Nigeria, their choice is limited because it's either you develop your agriculture sector or develop solar projects. So you either have a food on the table for people or have a big giant farm that brings energy. So it shouldn't be this kind of choice. People have to have access to both. So because of that, it's really important to work with communities and their needs rather than provide solutions like, hey, it's going to work. We just want to fund it. It's nice technology. And unfortunately, no, it's not going to work like this. Even nuclear, not every country needs it. It depends on the needs. It depends on the demand and how country views their development in terms of manufacturing, whether they want to produce some other byproduct like synthetic fuel or hydrogen production, which we had a panel yesterday about impact on climate if it's not sourced properly, and how we can get climate negative if we source hydrogen in a bad way from fossil fuels or even using other technologies without thinking about leaks and other impacts. So it's very systemic approach. We need to holistically understand where we make harm and where we can bring the benefits and balance those out, not to make the things worse. And as Christy said, the circularity in economy is really important because if we mine all the time from scratch, well, what's gonna
what's gonna be left?
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna have no forests. We're gonna have devastated lands. And right now, I don't see enough communication and projects about the recycling of all the materials. There is some research here and there about lithium recycling, but what's tangible can be done, and not about, and when we don't speak only about the economics, but also about the social impact from not implementing those solutions as soon as possible and delaying that, oh, maybe tomorrow it will be feasible and economically viable. We cannot think like that for longer because we're just making more harm, but by not implementing those solutions as soon as possible.
Sure. So we have to think through the pros and cons out of a lot of these different energy sources, and then we need to recognize that nuclear isn't necessarily appropriate for everywhere in the world, for every country. But back to you, Dinara, what role does it play? Where do you see nuclear in the future?
The role it plays, of course, is providing the stable baseload electricity source for countries, especially that don't have any electricity right now, and that will expect a higher demand. And then there are plans and startups that try to implement the baseload flexibility, when we can adapt solar, wind, and then when we have peak hours, we can produce something else, and we have too much demand, we can desalinate water. So with that in mind, there are so many solutions. Decarbonize the sector of cement production, steel production. So those are topics that have been in discussion when we talk about the advanced reactor technologies, right? We need high quality heat to decarbonize the heavy industry manufacturing and desalinate water in the areas where we have no support with water. We have shortage of water in some areas, in African especially countries. There's diesel generators that use to desalinate the water because the solutions are not there and it's too expensive to provide the water this way. So those are areas where I can see nuclear playing a very important role. And then, of course, the space exploration, medical usage, as you start exploring the field of medical treatment, cancer treatment. It is important to have at least a research reactor in your country because shipping the medical isotopes is not viable as they decay too fast. So with that in mind, research reactors will also play an important role in providing expertise, access to medical support, and other advancements. We still don't know many things about what we can do with atoms.
This is how you know Dinara has earned her degree in nuclear engineering from UC Berkeley. My goodness. And to be a communicator on top of that, that's rare that you find engineers being able to speak the science so matter-of-factly. So well done. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you for being a woman in this space, really, taking the mantle forward for the field of nuclear and the role it's going to be playing in the clean energy transition and the clean energy future. What advice, this is my last question in the last minute and a half we have left, to Christy and to Asaya, what advice do you have? You have such incredible platforms. You're such climate advocates. For those who are tuning in now, and they've seen the title of this panel, so they might just be tuning in for this, and they want to be engaged and involved, how can they use their platform, or how do you encourage them to develop a platform as well to promote working in and solutions to transitioning to clean energy?
Yeah, I mean, I think, like we said, it's very complicated. If anyone got anything on this panel, it's not an easy black and white solution. It's very contextual, especially to your community, and especially when we're talking about things like community choice energy and, breaking up the grid, things like that require a lot of local politics and community engagement. It's really important that young people, and not just young people, all people, get involved and raise their voice on what do they think about these different solutions. If you disagree with it, raise your voice. If you agree with some aspects of it, raise your voice. I think it's important to build that collective consciousness of what the vision of the future is, because sometimes we're always talking and focusing so much on the bad stuff, but we don't do as much storytelling on what is the good stuff, what are we actually building towards, and we need more imagination, we need more vision builders, we need more people putting their voice out there, and you don't have to be an expert, you just have to, be engaged, be curious, and engage your peers on it as well.
Love it. Love it. Asaya.
Quickly, just listen to Black, Indigenous people of color. I think that the future of energy systems should be defined by those communities that are being built. And I think for so long, right, the energy sector has not been as diverse as we want it to be. So let's definitely get that diversity out there.
Amazing. Give it up for the next generation, transitioning us to a clean energy future.
this mic is like holding on for dear life in the back. So I'm like, stay on, stay on.
Be informed.
Yeah.
Molly,
Oh, wait.
Molly,
Hey. That's not comfortable.
those of you who have been tuning into We Don't Have Time broadcast from the beginning will be very familiar with a little special segment we refer to as the Dragonfly's Den. It's a little play on words. It's a little play on words on the more familiar Dragon's Den or Shark Tank, but the idea is very much the same. We are going to be giving climate tech startups the opportunity to pitch their ideas and to see if they can win, in this case, a year free subscription to the We Don't Have Time platform valued at $14,400. So we're really excited to bring this pitch competition to South by Southwest. We have a fantastic panel of judges that are going to be scoring these startups from 1 to 5, 1 being the least likely to win the competition, 5 being winning the competition. So the 3 panelists to my left are Christy Droopman, who we just had on the previous panel, founder of Brown Girl Green. Let's give it up for Christy. We have Q Fagan, co-organizer of the Future of Food South by Southwest and founder of Curvilish LLC. She has been our partner for the last few days. You would have seen her on stage if you've been tuning into Future of Food. You know she brings the energy. This is going to be fun. And Cassie Flynn, you saw her incredible presentation on the future of the planet, but what we need to do to overcome this crisis we're in, head of UNDP's Climate Promise. Cassie, thank you so much for being a judge. Now, this is a panel of smiling judges, and that doesn't mean that they're going to be soft on these tech startups. We are going to be brutally honest because it's in the best interest of the startups to win us over. And we're going to be really strict on time, too. Now, I am normally very much about letting people communicate, but we're going to have a strict 4 minutes. And I will say very clearly when that 4 minutes is up. The judges will also have 4 minutes to deliberate and provide their score. So we'll take a score from each of you individually. So,
Okay, no pressure.
So, and then we'll add it up, and we will tell you at the end of this hour who has won Dragonfly's Den at South by Southwest. So, let's get it started. Will our first pitcher please join us on stage? I believe it is Brianna. Yes, Brianna Kilcullen, founder, and the COO as well, Ashley Fisher of Enact. Ladies, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Hi,
I'll give you 10 extra seconds.
Okay. Hi, everyone. We are Enact. Enact is short for an act of kindness, an act of goodwill, the simple act of creating impact. So for me, I worked in the apparel industry, and I used to travel the world going to the factories and the farms and where our clothes are made. And so I saw the impact on people and the planet, and I was just really frustrated and fed up with not being able to take the action that I thought needed to happen around the climate crisis and the role the textile industry plays in that. So my takeaway was, let's make an amazing brand that gives us the authority, the ability to sell into the marketplace, but then also be able to redefine and create the future infrastructure for textiles. And so I designed and developed a sustainable bath towel made out of hemp and organic cotton. Yes, I hate the smell of mildewy bath towels, and hemp naturally resists the growth of bacteria. So it made sense to have a hemp-based bath towel that was also sustainable. We're chemical and dye-free, and we were funded on Kickstarter. We've been in the marketplace a little over 2 years, and we now rank #1 on Google for hemp towels. So we've been able to really become an authority in this space as a brand because we're carving out market, we're creating that demand, and then we're also passing legislation to legalize hemp so that we can reintroduce manufacturing into the US. So it's been a really amazing ride, because I think that Patagonia is absolutely amazing, but they should not be the exception, they should be the norm. So for us being a brand and being in this space where we can implement climate tech solutions within the supply chain infrastructure, while also being able to say we can use this product because we're in front of the market and we can drive that, and educating our customer is so key for us. Yeah, so we're based here in Austin, Texas, and we also have been, shout out, and we have grown the team, so we're a team of 4 now, and this vision of passing, or what we've done in passing legislation here in the US, we're now on the board for the Texas Hemp Coalition as well, so we play a large role in advocating for farmers. So our goal is one day, this is an amazing venue, we love it, right? But what if we could take y'all to the farm, have you meet the farmers growing the hemp, be able to go to the factory, see the product actually being manufactured, and then create this circular economy where we're doing on-demand manufacturing. So we're not just focused on a linear make product, which we only have one country source in the world right now that does hemp and does all pretty much of our textile production. And I think that's an incredibly dangerous place for us to live, and think that we need to decentralize and do more on-demand manufacturing.
Yes, and we believe that all things have to be true. We have to have great tech, we have to have great products. Everybody needs to do their part, and with Enact, we feel like in the compounding impact of people purchasing the towel. If you think about it, every single person in this room touched at least one towel today. Worldwide, everybody touches a towel regardless of your age, race, sex, gender, socioeconomic status. And so putting a product that is sustainable in the hands of people is such a net positive, and it's a way that people can make an impact on something that feels so daunting. How do I make a difference? You can do that pretty easily through Enact. To date, we have saved over 7 million days of drinking water with our products using hemp and how we're tracking all of our impact. So it's a really great way to do something really big while then creating the consumer demand for sustainable goods, leveraging hemp, bring that back into the US, which then is great for the US global job market. We can create jobs, we can create money back into the government, everything. Everybody wins with it. So.
Yeah. So in conclusion, we invite everyone to be a part of our community today. Follow us on Instagram, buy a towel. We do in-person jogs here in Austin as well, and we also do social and environmental screening. So thank you so much.
Thank you for keeping to time. That was great. Okay. All right, judges, over to you. Your thoughts, Cassie.
Oh, thank you so much for this exciting venture that you are on. My question, you said it's a sustainable towel. Tell me about the supply chain. How do we get from the beginning to the end?
That's my favorite question. So my background was supply chain at Under Armour. So I used to that's what I did, is I would do full traceability. So if you gave me your blazer, I could break it down, bill of materials, tell you the thread, tell you the button, tell you the fabric, and I could route it all the way back to that origin source. So that was really important to me when starting Enact, was that we had that supply chain disclosure. And so we tried to manufacture here in the US, but there's no manufacturing. So basically we just moved east until we could find the supply chain infrastructure that would work with us. And then I personally went and audited it from farm to factory. So it starts, our organic cotton comes from Turkey, and then the hemp comes from northern China. And so that's spun and woven in China and then imported into our warehouse in Jacksonville, Florida, and then we distribute nationally and globally from there.
Great, thank you. Yeah. And judges, you don't have to ask them questions. You can also just give your feedback. Go ahead, Q.
Okay. So my first top of mind, I felt the energy because I'm an energy person, as Shotha's already mentioned. I love that you're also wearing green because this dress is by design. I did that on purpose. So, the whole green on brand.
That can't influence the score, Q.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, got it.
This is a hemp shirt.
What I was really wondering and really hoping you made a specific point to just sit on for a minute was why hand towels? So you hinted at it just a little bit in following up, but I wanted you to just be out there and say, instead of it being a pen or shoes or whatever. We specifically chose hand towels because it is not exclusive to any socioeconomic demographic. And I'm a data person, so you know, my brain is thinking like that, right? So I wish I would have just sat there for a minute and really expanded on that, because any business of the future, you'd like to think that, you know, you're not just thinking of market share of, you know, what can, you know, one demographic, you're thinking of how you can scale that. So that's what I was thinking.
Q, that's great feedback. That's great advice for them.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similarly. Like, I think it would have been great if you actually like demoed the towel and like actually like showed how like it was comfortable, had us touch the towel so we could actually see like how it feels, the experience. And also like I was just curious like if it, you know, I understand that it's like unbleached and all these things, but like will it come in other colors? Will there be personalization? Is there like different options just to like expand in the market? Because maybe someone will see that and be like, well, that looks like any other towel I would have. What makes it unique? And maybe the story is, could the story be a bit more embedded on like the labels or the packaging, things like that could be interesting. So
Yeah.
Very good.
And remember, this is you won't always have a chance to respond. So include that in part of the initial pitch. You know, the 1 minute pitch, the 5 minute pitch, whatever it might be. But go ahead. Still
I
have
was
40
just going to
seconds.
say, yeah, so we're chemical and dye-free because what they say is that you know what the color will be in the fashion industry based upon the color of water in China. So if that was for me, the skin's the largest organ, like we just want to offer 2 colorways, but we actually are doing a naturally dyed line as well. That's like rosemary and indigo, so we'll be able to offer that. But thank you for
Great.
feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, judges, we need a score from 1 to 5 from each of you.
Oh.
And we know we have a colleague that's taking note. Great.
Can we do
Just pick between 1 to 5.
Sure.
No additional math needed. We'll be doing the math off the side of the stage.
Okay.
Q, go for it.
4.1.
Oh, God, we got decimals going. Okay.
I'm with data.
Bring the calculator out, colleagues. Christy.
I have to give it a 4.
4.
Yeah.
Cassie. 4. 4. Okay, 4, 4, and 4.1. I didn't specify you couldn't do decimals, so this is my fault. Here we are. Next, we're gonna get fractions. We are gonna get fractions. Okay, thank you, ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Well done.
Swiftly moving on to our next pitcher, we have Josh Clifford, CEO of Freewater. Josh, your 4 minutes starts as soon as you make it up the stairs. Go for it.
Hi everyone, my name's Josh Clifford. I'm the CEO of Freewater. Before I start, I just want to warn you, everything we do is so radically different. Just keep an open mind because it breaks all the rules of socioeconomic and anything capitalistic. Freewater is the world's first free beverage company. And our water is free because the packaging is the ad space. That's the catch. We do aluminum bottles and paper cartons of natural spring water. And it's a new type of media and e-commerce platform that makes free groceries more profitable than selling groceries today. Most importantly, each Freewater donates a minimum of 10 cents per beverage to build water wells for people in need. Our first goal with Freewater is to get 10% of Americans to save money and drink 1 free water a day, which won't be hard because they currently pay to 3 to 6. And we'll donate more than $1.25 billion to fight the global water crisis annually. Freewater is a key product because it disrupts not only the marketing industry, but see-through plastic bottles. They will no longer be a conducive advertising medium or the cheapest way to container your packaging. On top of that, Freewater is just the first product of our future free supermarkets. We launch free tampons and free beer next. Free supermarkets will cut USA food waste by up to 30% because 1/3 of all USA groceries are thrown away at the supermarket and in the supply chain because they're too expensive. On top of that, free products enable new ways to manufacture and distribute that are not possible when things cost money. Quick example, when you sell products, you tend to make a mega factory, which means you ship things across the town, city, state, country, or the world. The further you ship it, the worse it is for the environment and the more money we pay for it. But free products create a decentralized opportunity that's going to enable us to distribute free groceries to thousands of consecutive homes. Think of your trash collectors. There's a reason why they go house after house after house after house, because it's more efficient. It's more eco-friendly. But Amazon can't do that because their products cost money. They can't even guarantee delivery to 2 homes in a row. On top of all this, free products create new data sets we call honest data, which takes money out of the equation. These data sets are going to allow us to manufacture the right amount of goods today. Just finishing up, because I know that this is an interesting business model, what's important to think about when products are going to change the world is, are they cheaper for the consumer? Typically, socially conscious products cost more. Ours are negatively priced because they're free and they donate to charity, and this is more profitable. You also have to examine the supply chain. Many socially conscious products circle the globe before you buy them, sometimes traveling as far as 20,000 miles before you purchase it just to have it discarded. The future is manufacturing goods at location A, giving them away for free at or near location A, no more shipping. That means 95% of the current supply chain is gone. I'll just cut it right there and answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, wow, you came in under time. I think that, I don't know if green counts as a +1, but maybe keeping under time counts as an additional mark. So, who would like to go first?
Go ahead.
I'll dive in. Thank you so much for this. I think what would be helpful is to hear more from you about how, you're talking about sort of this sort of localized economy, but what that means in terms of these big products that you're talking about in terms of beverage, tampons. These are things that aren't necessarily all made locally. And so what does that look like? What is that narrative about how you're trying to solve the problem that you have laid out and how this product fits that? Because it's really compelling when you can make that ABC argument.
Sure. So the free water business model we call BVRE, below the value of the real estate. It works for water, soda, beer, wine, fruits, vegetables, tampons, legal marijuana, low-cost pharmaceuticals, Advil, Tylenol, cough syrup, but also every type of public transportation. So it's not just cheap items. There's certain things that you can't manufacture locally, maybe cobalt for your battery or whatever, but water, insulin, potatoes, most threads. A lot of these things could be manufactured at location A. They're just not, because people create businesses, they copy the people that came before them. So this future opportunity is making it locally, advertising locally, and giving it away locally, and collecting it yourself circularly.
Go for it, Q.
So as I set the framework for, I'm in data, so this is the context of what I'm about to say. Your first 30 seconds I was with you, but you just immediately came out the gate with so much data that you even lost me, and that's hard to do, because that's my language, right? So data is, of course, super important, but if you don't balance that with the storytelling component, you're gonna lose most of any VC or whoever you're, telling your product to. So I would have started out, so after I heard everything you said, what I'm saying lines up exactly with what Cassie said, is that I would have came out the bat with, hey, we have this product that we really believe is going to set an efficiency model that changes the way we go about making products that have maybe a global impact, but like in the community, it gets localized and changes the model of how advertising it, like that, and then lay the data on them. Yeah, so you just really came out really fat, like really here. I was like, but what are you doing though? Like land it for everyone who's listening. So that's really what I just want to tell you. I always love data all day. But just make sure that it's very balanced with the storytelling of what you're really trying to solve and what you're really trying to make an impact on. And that's lines of what Kathy
I appreciate that, Q. I appreciate that, because I'm data too, scientist as well. But the story, it needs to be the narrative, in that 3-minute pitch, 4-minute pitch, 5-minute pitch. And thank you for sharing. You don't have to respond to it. It's just some great feedback that Q shared your way. Go for it, Christy.
So obviously, you've been building this idea out, what companies have been interested in, using this service, or, with the ads? I'm just still trying to, understand what this is. So, can you explain, just maybe a case study, or just, people you've talked to, and,
in 20 seconds, though, please.
And what that experience has been?
To start, I couldn't show my product today because we're not allowed to show it during South by. So I wish I could have, but I couldn't. So we've worked with companies such as Warner Brothers, some of the largest banks in Texas. We distributed 100,000 beverages last year. We built 2 water projects in Kenya. This year we'll do in the multi-millions of beverages.
Cool. That'd be great for you to include that next time in the future.
Thank you for that awesome pitch. And congratulations on all the work that you're doing. We wish you incredible success with it. Okay, judges, 1 to 5. Decimal points are acceptable. Now we've set the precedent. Let's do it.
Hey.
Christy, starting with you.
I'll just say 3.5.
3.5. We have one 3.5. Okay, Q.
I swear that was my exact one too. She can tell like that one. But don't let that discourage you. It's just that you just need to refine your pitch, and it will definitely hit higher. So don't let that discourage you.
Another 3.5.
Yeah,
Cassie?
same. I was at a 3. But same thing. You've got real momentum in there, and I think if you coming out like as this feedback was with that compelling story, you've really got something here.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Josh. Next, we have Zara Biabani, somebody from South Asian descent. I should be able to pronounce your last name right. Okay, your 4 minutes start now. Free, in the loop, go for it.
Yes, okay, so I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited, so if my hands are shaking, that's definitely why. But I want to start with 2 questions. So first, I want to see a raise of hands if anyone here has had a pair of pants that don't fit anymore, or a piece of furniture that they want to sell online, but they've not done so because it's intimidating, the process of listing online.
Or
awesome. Annoying, intimidating. Okay, now I want to see on the other side who has been browsing on a secondhand platform but not gone through with the purchase because the information was messy and sloppy and you just didn't feel comfortable with it. Great, not great, but we are here to solve that. So, In the Loop is on a mission to reduce these barriers to secondhand consumption. And secondhand consumption has been booming lately and is going to continue to boom. Currently, in 2022, it's a $178 billion market in the US alone. And there's 2 reasons for that. On the environmental side, there's an imperative to use what we already own and stop producing new. And then on the financial side, we want to save and make money. And that's the reason that it's been growing. But as we just saw, there's still people who are being left out of the equation. So In the Loop is on a mission to make secondhand selling and buying as frictionless as possible. So currently, the way that we're doing this is by creating a software that helps automate the process of generating secondhand listings. Our machine learning models allow a seller to take a picture of a garment, and we calculate all of the information needed for a secondhand listing. So we identify the measurements, the color, the tags, an SEO description, the brand, and a suggested resale value. And the way that we're doing things is by helping the process of sellers, we're using network effects to then make the process easier for buyers so they can see listings with full information that is verified by a third party. And it shouldn't be understated the impact of buying secondhand for the environment. So a pair of jeans takes about 13 kilograms of CO2 to manufacture, 2,000 liters of water, and 10 liters of dyes. And so by avoiding all of this, by purchasing secondhand, we are making a huge step for reducing consumption overall. And not to mention the labor impacts of fashion, which is how I got into things, being passionate about human trafficking and wanting to save the hands that make the garments we wear. So we've started by offering this software to thrift and consignment stores who are facing the same problem. It takes a long time for them to list on their platforms. We have 7 consignment stores now using our software, and we plan on starting with this beachhead market to collect data, refine, train, and make our models more accurate and quick, generate revenue, and then eventually transition to become the largest peer-to-peer secondhand marketplace because it is the easiest to sell from and the most trustworthy to buy from. And in order to do this, we are raising our pre-seed round of $900,000. And we hope to talk to interested investors, people passionate about the space, and users. So thank you for your time.
Nice. Nicely done, Zara. Listen, it takes a lot of courage, not just to come up here, but to start an initiative like yours. So congratulations, well done. Let's hear from the judges.
Great. This is so exciting. And don't bury the lead. you have an incredible idea here, and you started out so strong with our personal experiences about how we are struggling with this. And then I think you can just come right in with here's the goal of what we are doing. We have this incredible software. We are trying to move quickly. And then you can bring in some of those big statistics, because I think once we know what that idea is, then we're like, oh, this is the impact of that and the possibility of that. So I would just say, switch your order a little bit, and I think you've got us.
Helpful, Cassie. Really good feedback.
Yeah, I love that. The first thing I'll say, I have 3 thoughts, and they're specific. So one of the things I loved about you asking the questions to the audience is that one of my greatest instructors of my whole life, when she was teaching us derivatives, she said, if you cannot break a concept down, no matter how complicated it is, so that a second grader can get it, you really don't know it. So when you broke it down in your questions to people, it made it where if anybody can grasp that, no matter what came out of your mouth afterwards, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, I have had that struggle, So I love that part specifically. The other thing I just want to tell you is that I've worked mostly in the oil and gas business and male-dominated, that's it, all you need to know, right? And one thing I had to learn just in my female voice is that we women tend to have a subconscious to marginalize, right? And let me tell you where you did it specifically. You were, again, as Cassie said, strong. You were coming out there, secondhand consumption, and then you were talking about it's a booming, then you said, well, it's a booming industry. To anyone who's hearing that, they're gonna say, oh, that means that there's a lot of competition, and that means that there's not a real opportunity for me then, right? And supporting you. So it's all in how you craft. So I wouldn't say, ooh, look what the industry is doing. I was like, look, we about to solve this problem. It's going to lead to opportunity for y'all. We're in 7 consignment stores, and we believe that there's huge upside potential.
Nice.
Do you got it? Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, to add on to that, I would just say, similar to what they were saying, I think you started off really strong. I think just getting to the point of, okay, let me walk through it in the loop. You should say, what the name of the brand is, in terms of why is it called that, making people kind of think subconsciously with a tagline of some sort to just get to the point, and then just go directly into A, B, and C. This is the market I'm hitting. This is why we're different than, Depop and all these other secondhand brands or platforms. And what is the market value potential here and all these things. And I think, at the end where you were saying about what's it called, about the data on how much water and environmental benefits could be saved and the labor issues, I think you can put that a bit earlier. You can just get to the point of we see all these issues and inefficiencies in the fashion industry from an environmental and labor standpoint, and you can just bam, then say on the consumer side of things, I see X, Y, and Z problem. In the loop, bridges both gaps for both consumers and the supply side, and explain both of those things, and then you'll nail it.
Wow. Look at how much you can get from 4 minutes. Isn't that incredible? These are the types of advisory board members you also want. So thank you, judges, for your candid feedback. Thank you, Zara, for your pitch and your presentation. And what are the scores? Let's start with Q.
Oh, no, I'm not ready yet.
Let's start with Christy.
I'll say 4.2.
4.2, the highest score yet. This is the highest score that's been given by judges yet. Okay, Sarah. Okay, we got 1 4.2.
No, literally, I have that written down.
Okay, we got 2 4.2s.
I know, I had 4.5.
4.5
Yeah.
Sarah coming in strong with the highest score so far. Okay, well done.
That is so scary.
Let's reset the timer to 4 minutes, please, as we welcome our next presenter. We have with us Alex Blumenthal, who is, I've actually lost your title, but I know that
it's Alex Blum.
Alex Blum. Alex Blum.
You're making me sound more Jewish than I am.
Alex Blum, CEO of Applied Bioplastics, and you get 10 seconds back from all of that blunder.
Awesome. Well, as you guys saw me coming up the stairs here, it's true. Behind every man, there's a strong woman helping him up the stairs. Anyhow, guys, thank you for being here. My name is Alex. I'm CEO of Applied Bioplastics. Who here is sick of plastic? Yeah, look at that. It's funny because you're wearing it though, right? You're wearing glasses, you've got plastic glasses. So the point here is that plastic is necessary, right? Packaging isn't. and my company doesn't make that. So Applied Bioplastics manufactures decarbonized plastic for general use, like the seats you're sitting on, like your car dashboard. The fact that your car gets 60 miles to the gallon is because it's mostly plastic, right? So what we make is plastic that is 25% cheaper than normal commodity plastic. This is licensable to the largest plastic producers in the world because we use standard manufacturing equipment to make our stuff, so it's inherently super scalable. On top of that, it reduces both microplastics and GHG emissions for normal plastics by up to 85%. That's 85%, folks. So essentially, the way this is made, we take normal plant cellulose, usually as a waste product, from agricultural areas in developing economies. We turn their trash crops into cash crops that help those areas send their kids to school, build dignified housing, all that good stuff. And we turn that into a value-added product that can be sold to any industry that is looking to manufacture. We've closed $63 million in off-taker agreements in the last 2 weeks. We've signed our first licensing agreement in November. We just started commercialization in November, guys. So again, partnerships with some of the largest plastic producers in the world, some of the largest plastic consumers in the world. So inherently scalable. This isn't an idea, this is happening. For further credibility, we've won South by Southwest last year. We were finalists at Mass Challenge, and we were founding members of Greentown Labs. We're forming partnerships with some of the biggest brands in the business. We're really excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
Nice, Alex. Okay. Coming in well under time. You got this down to a T.
Oh, you know what? Since I still have time, I'll add one thing. One more thing, guys.
The name of this company is We Don't Have Time.
Right, there we go. But we do have 1 minute and 38 seconds left. So there's one thing that I do with this plastic. We don't normally manufacture it ourselves, we license, but we do manufacture something called Better Board, which is out of our own plastic, and with it, we're making hurricane-resistant refugee shelters for some of the most vulnerable populations in the world. People have been living in our shelters for the last 18 months. We were just covered by Fast Company last week because our shelters actually survived a hurricane. So this is also on a license model. We're looking to partner with governments, NGOs, anybody who wants to build sustainable housing for the most vulnerable people in the world. We will license it to you. The houses are 1,000 square feet, cost $1,000. All I ask is a $10 licensing fee. So we want those, we want to put as many roofs over as many heads as possible. We want to get out of the way. So if you know somebody who manufactures housing or wants to, please let us know. Thanks so much.
Nice, thank you. Not a bad use of the minute you had.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
All right. Judges, over to you.
Well, thank you so much and congratulations on all of this success so far. I think something that really, and I was really glad actually you had that extra minute and 38 seconds because what I was going to ask for were those examples. Was how does this, because when you say plastics, as you said, it's everywhere. And so being able to lean more into specifically what you mean by that. Also, I think you can lean more into the science behind what you're doing. It's really exciting stuff, and I think being able to really go into those details would just help to broaden out the possibilities of what's happening. Yeah, really exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cassie.
So normally I'm like writing the whole time y'all are pitching, but I stopped after about a minute, and let me tell you why. It's actually a really good thing. One thing that I think that the climate community really needs to be aware of for people who aren't as involved or activists or in it is that it's not going to take just the community, it's going to take everybody. So you saying that you have a solution that's not like, we got to do things all new, we got to get rid of anything else, that's how the climate community comes across. Whereas you're saying, look, plastic is a part of our lives, sorry guys, but our solution is gonna make it where it's only 25%. Like, that is like, yeah, okay, right? Like, and so then you're gonna bring people who aren't as much of climate activists, you're gonna bring them too. Because now they're like, well, you guys, look, we got to have some plastic, right? But we want to, we're all in this to, let me be clear here. But I stopped writing because I thought that was so powerful that you're thinking of a solution of something that We would love to have it completely eradicated, but we are aware that that's something that we got to live with. The other thing I just want to say is that most people associate with the supermodels. Now, I'm older than most people in here, so we're just going to go with that. But the supermodels from back in the day, they think that the richest supermodels are the ones that's in the magazines. Actually, the richest supermodel right now is Kathy Ireland, and she's building a $1 billion empire. And you're thinking, why the heck am I bringing her up? I'm bringing her up because she's that wealthy, is because she exclusively focuses on licensing. And I think people think it has to be 100% ownership or complicated or whatever. Licensing is a very critical and lucrative niche in which solutions can for sure come out where you're sharing in the profit margin. So I think that's very smart.
May I say one thing to that?
Sure.
Thank you so much. So you have hit the nail on the head. The reason why you guys see miracle plastics show up in Popular Mechanics 10 years ago and then they go away and you never hear from them again is because they failed to scale. They failed to be commercialized because they are too expensive and because there's $500 billion of equipment dedicated to processing plastic the way it's made today that they're asking the industry to rip and replace, and that's never going to happen. You keep dreaming, right? So that's why we use the existing infrastructure.
Love it.
All right, Christy.
I just wish you brought samples of the bioplastics on stage.
They're in my bag.
So we could have actually felt it, because I think people might challenge you on the durability of it, and also just understanding the plant waste, understanding what does it take to be able to make those deals and how expensive that is. Because even though the product itself is cheaper, I didn't really understand how much cheaper supply chain wise that is. That could have been a good data point to have included.
Certainly, thank you.
Good feedback. Okay, that brings us to the time to score. Let's start with, Cassie was writing first, so she's probably done writing.
Don't look at my score, because we keep having the same one.
Who's copying who?
No, just good brain.
In sync.
No, I'm giving you a 4.5. I thought it was really 4.5, well done. okay. Cassie just matched Zara. The score
matched.
she gave to Zara.
I did.
Things are looking competitive. Q, what's it going to be?
I said 4.1. I think there's still a bit much, and I know you won a competition. I know. But I was kind of sitting where she is. I was like, okay, I love what you said, truly. I would have liked to feel it, touch it, be like, okay, is this durable? How would I use this? How would I manufacture this? What kind of licensing deal would I, my brain just started going. So yeah.
I'll say a 4.2.
Okay.
Did you change it?
4.2. Okay, so we got 4.5, 4.1, 4.2. I can't do math that quickly, but you might be in the lead.
Or close.
Or very close.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Nick Arbuckle, founder of Viro or Viro. Please correct the pronunciation there and join us on stage. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Absolutely. Hey, thank you for having me, everybody. My name is Nick. I'm the founder of Viro, short for environment. Tricky, huh? Always need a good name. So our mission is to inspire sustainability. We are an activity tracker. So if you have an Apple Watch, if you've ever closed your rings or you've hit your 1,000 steps in a day, we're taking that very similar model into inspiring individual climate action. So we believe that systemic change starts with just the individual, and then that can grow into a community. And we're housing people within this community so they can talk to each other, inspire one another, and then create that big collective change together. So a little bit about our history. A year ago, we won a startup award from Amazon. We took the rest of the year to build, and we launched just 3 months ago. In December, we scaled to about 1,000 users, all just organic, just online. But what was so fun about our launch is we partnered with Liquid Death Mountain Water, because the more actions that you take on the app, the more you're living sustainably, the more you can earn rewards from brands. And we are connecting climate-conscious brands to eco-friendly, minded consumers. So we're that conduit right in the middle. So we've been out 3 months. We are right just for consumers, for people like you and me. There's trash cans everywhere. There, every time you refill a water bottle, every time you recycle, if you're composting, if you're carpooling somewhere with your friends, if you're taking an electric scooter, jump on, input, how far you went. And one of my favorite things, and I know you're a data person, so we worked with the EPA and they have a list of 100 best green practices. So with each eco-action that you complete, there is a carbon pollution reduction metric tied to it that we got from the EPA. So when you walk out and you do recycle something, or if you do walk to work, you can see the pollution reduction right in the app. So there's actual verifiable metrics tied to your action. I think that's everything I got. I know I have plenty of time left. So
This has never happened in the history of Dragonfly's Den, which is why it was such a dictator in the beginning, because usually we're like, we hate cutting people off, right? So each one of you are sticking to time. So thank you, Nick. Okay, all right. Let's go for it. Q.
So, okay. Got it. So you said one of my favorite words that I haven't heard from anyone who's come up yet, and I think it's something that we really set as a model that Shutta knows regarding future food, and it's partnership. I believe that if you, no matter what your product or service is, if you're not talking some type of partnership or collaboration, you lose me immediately, right? So the fact that you have that as a part of your pitch, I'm already, because I can tell you, let me tell you what people are thinking. When you said, we've scaled to 1,000 users, someone can easily say, well, that's not very many, kind of thing.
I agree.
But again, coupled with that, when you mentioned liquid, I know that's an Austin thing, liquid
death mountain water.
Yeah, liquid death, I know that's an Austin thing. And you mentioned how you partnered with the EPA. I could care less about those 1,000, meaning just as a number. I don't mean the people, but just as a number. I care so much more about the partnership potential, the collaboration and where you can go with that. That has a whole different level of meaning to me. So I just wanted to give specific.
Nice. Okay, let's hear it up for partnerships. Okay. Christy.
So I'm a content creator, so I've had a lot of companies pitch apps like yours, not to be that girl, but I'm just saying, I've had a lot of people who've made apps like this, and I'm just wondering what makes yours stand out, you think, compared to all these other apps that are tracking daily actions?
Well, first off, because we are working with the EPA and we can provide that measurable impact because so many times we just, discard something or we do something that we believe to be sustainable, but there's no actual touch feel to it, Building the community as well, and so we can join groups of New York City composters or South by Southwest e-scooters around town. We can all talk to each other within the app, I think is incredibly important. And you're right, there's a lot of competition because this kind of just makes sense with paralleling the fitness model. But I think that we got something good going on here, and I think the brand partnerships, and I think it's a game of can you last and can you monetize it, because that's the hardest part with this kind of thing.
So you think that the most unique gamification point is that people can connect with each other pretty quickly, or?
The unique gamification is that it's not gamified. It's not, you're not winning stars or hearts or little earths. You're seeing the pollution reduction metric.
Cool.
Oh, wait, that was
boom. Yeah. That'd be good. That you should include in the thing.
Yeah. But you brought that out. She brought that out.
Include that in there.
That was good.
Yeah. That's where you need to go. I had a similar. I said, my big question to you was going to be what makes you unique, and if what makes you unique is that experience of being able to connect to real environmental impact, and then also being able to help connect that to policy. I think even just being able to walk through what a user experience is with this app,
very good,
so the minute, if you are recycling and you engage with the app, what happens next, and what is the ways that this app, it makes this action more meaningful than it would just sort of doing it and telling your friends about it. And I think you can build on that. Okay, all right, some great feedback for you, Nick. So let's go to the scoring. Q.
I can go first. You're going to receive my highest score, and it's very specific. The partnerships and what she brought out of you is at that very end is, to me, the everything. So 4.4.
4.4. We got a 4.4 from Q. Okay, Christy.
I'm going to have to give it a 3.2 just because I've seen a lot of apps like this that exist, and I think if there's a way that you can make the pollution an educational tool and actually build out community events and things like that to make it just a more interactive experience, I think it'll make you stand out more.
Absolutely.
3.2 from Christy, the widest range in scores so far.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. Cassie.
And I'm in the middle. I give you a 3.8. Because I think you've got a lot of elements there, but yeah, really drive home from the beginning what makes this so different, and what makes this unique to what you're trying to achieve.
Absolutely.
Awesome, thank you. 3.8, thank you, Nick. Next up, our sixth presenter is Tia Gordon. She is co-founder of It's Electric. Tia, your 4 minutes starts now.
Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Do you mind just being in this corner? Thanks.
My name is Tia Gordon. I am the co-founder of It's Electric. We are curbside EV charging specifically built for cities. We let buildings power electric vehicles. There are more than 40 million US drivers without driveways, without garages. And without that home charging convenience, owning an electric vehicle is inconvenient and expensive to charge, making it out of the question for most city dwellers. In fact, from last summer's J.D. Power's report, it is the shortage of public charging that is the #1 barrier for why vehicle purchasers in market do not purchase electric. And this is not a niche group of buyers out there. We are in the funnel. I am from New York. New York and now 12 other states are following the California mandate. So the question is, where are the 15 million EVs that are going to be on the road by 2030 going to charge? Well, if you live in the suburbs, it's really easy. You have an electrician come in, they put a 240-volt outlet in your garage, you drive home, you park, you charge, you're good to go. If you live in the city, like I do, it's a lot harder. So what we've done is tried to find the best solution in terms of how do we accelerate adoption of electric vehicles as quickly as possible. So right now, in cities such as mine in New York, they want to go electric. New York City has the vision of having 10,000 curbside chargers on curb by 2030. They currently have 100. Los Angeles has 4,000 public chargers. 400 of those are curbside. London has 26,000 public chargers. Why do we have this disparity? In Los Angeles and London, the electricity that's already in the street, that feeds the accessories, that feeds the street lights, that feeds the lampposts, that's 240 volt. That is the correct wattage for electric vehicle charging to then easily convert. The rest of the country is 120 volt. So how do we overcome this infrastructure barrier? The beauty of It's Electric is that that same building density that creates this barrier, for us, becomes the solution. Because most every building can power a level 2 EV charger. And aren't we lucky that our cities are full of buildings? What we do is we allow our chargers to be powered from the spare capacity in adjacent buildings, regardless of its typology, whether it's a residence, a school, a library, a commercial storefront, you name it. We run a small bore conduit under the sidewalk, we run it to curbside, and then we make a public charger. Why would a building let us do this? Because we're revenue sharing back to them. If that one post is being used just 20% of the time, that building is earning enough money over the year to offset 80% of its annual electric bill. We are doing this to incentivize the adoption of electric vehicles in neighborhoods. And so what's critical to think about this is that our solution, just to compare it to what's the contrary, which is how electric vehicle chargers are being deployed right now, is that we do not connect to the main utility in the roadway. That is a process which takes about 9 months to permit, involves trenching 7 feet down, an inter-utility connection, installation of a transformer, installation of a sub-meter. This is a time expense, this is a capital expense. We avoid all of that. What we also do then is we take care of the third component, which is also the elephant in the room, and that's equity. Right now, chargers are being deployed in areas where charging companies know they're going to see high utilization because they need to make money back on the very expensive cost of installing these chargers. So we're basically deploying in areas where there's high net worth, high income, and we're leaving everyone else out of the picture. So what It's Electric stands for is the ability to deploy without discrimination. Our model is built and our economics are such that
Tia, we are at time.
We're at time. I ran out. Thank you.
Thank you, Tia. Okay, so, I mean, you're solving a really critical issue that a lot of consumers deal with, which is preventing the uptick in electric. I know the judges have a lot to say on this. Christy, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I love this idea. I think you could hone in a little bit more to just get to the point on on how the equity piece works, on just if you want to save money for both the building and also the actual owner of the electric vehicle, what are the benefits there. I really loved when you said that there's revenue share. I think that could have come way earlier in the presentation, because you want to be it's a win-win-win, right? And you just want to get to the point on who's winning and how to break that down with some key data points on what those numbers can look like. I really like how you were also this is not as invasive compared to the traditional way you would charge the cars. It'd also be good to know the scale of it, how many cars can charge on the building. I don't know if you mentioned that, and if you did, it went over my head. So yeah, some key data points like that on why it's a win-win-win, I think would make it a much stronger pitch and get to the point.
Great, thank you.
Q, go for it.
So every time one of y'all get up here, I'm trying to pick out something very specific that I thought was very unique that you said that everyone can benefit from hearing. And the one thing that I just made particular note of, when you said the J.D. Powers, that establishes so much credibility of the opportunity and what it is, right? So I don't think I heard that from anyone else that's a quotable from something like a publication like that, right? So I really did love that. The other thing, you got cut off on the end, and I completely agree with her, is that there's some things you said on the end, I so would have put that towards the beginning. So especially even when you get into the equity piece, to your point of what you said, it's been a very exclusive sort of thing, right? The fact that you've already thought through the challenges that someone would be automatically thinking of when they're thinking of how it would scale is that, hey, we've included even the equity piece and how we would structure this, including the revenue share part, right? That to me would have been so powerful coming closer to the front, end of that. Because then they already have it set in their mind, oh, this is not just another thing where it's going to be just catered to this very specific, small, segment, that it really is something that's going to be more of a community-based solution that empowers our world, not just this one group.
Nice. Thank you, Keith. Thoughtful feedback. Cassie.
Yeah, if I can build on that, I live in New York City, and I have driven an electric vehicle in California and tried in New York City, and this issue of charging, it shapes where you think you can go. It shapes your freedom in being able to use this, and I think that pulling that out, you started out so strongly with all of that about the experience of what it means to drive an electric vehicle in these different contexts. I mean, you might even be able to compare to say what it means to be driving an electric vehicle where there's abundant charging stations versus not, and how your world changes. I think also, in building on what Q was saying, there's such an equity and justice story here too, that if you start putting these charging stations in places that don't have access to this is also a game changer for that community. And being able to also, maybe you can include that community in, the charging station setup, and being able to have ways that, I've seen this before where they have the community actually even paint murals around the charging station and stuff, and being able to have this also be very community driven. Once you said revenue sharing, I'm the same. I was like, bump that up, just bump it. Because once you got into what the business model of this is, it's then you really were, dare I say, speeding down the road for this.
Somebody needed to do that.
I know, sorry. Because I think you've got such a compelling story, and that win-win-win, as Christy and Q said, is really dynamite. If you can bring that up.
And let me just say one thing, family offices who are really mindful of ROI and ensuring generational wealth, they would love something like this because it's that equity piece, because they also want their giving to be coupled with, it really does make an impact to more people and not just some segment. So it has both the revenue and the,
All right, let's go for it. Scoring time. Christy.
Your concept is honestly the best, but the pitch, I have to give it a 3.9.
Okay, 3.9 from Christy.
Go ahead.
Cassie.
No?
I give you a 4.5. I thought it was great. I can envision it. Shuffle around some of that pitch. I think you've got a really, really compelling
Another
story.
wide spectrum of scores. Okay,
Yeah.
4.5.
No, but I'm with her. Like, yeah, I wasn't so focused on the craft of the pitch. It was what you were saying that you would try to resolve and what you're trying to do. So my score is very in alignment with that statement. So I said 4.4. So.
Okay, we got a 4.4. Thank you so much, Tia.
Thanks,
All the best.
Yeah, you bet.
Great idea, and best of luck with it. All right, we have our final presenter. I'm very excited to introduce Chris Shin. He's the Director of Finance for Carbon Path. Why is that? Oh, that's Q laughing. I was like, your 4 minutes, Chris, starts now.
Hey, I'm Chris, Head of Finance at Carbon Path, and a resident here in Austin. So here's a problem that most of the climate-conscious folks in here might not know. So in the US alone, there's over 3 million oil and gas wells. But did you know that only 5% are producing any meaningful amount of fossil fuels? So what are the rest of the 2.85 million wells doing? Well, they're producing little to nothing, but they're emitting a tremendous amount of emissions and pollutants into our environment. And just because they haven't been shut down properly. So it's over 20 million tons of methane and over 2 billion tons of CO2 over their lifetimes. So how do we shut these down, and how do we do it properly? That's a question we asked back in 2021. So our team has background in oil and gas, much like you, but we want to be part of the net zero transition. And we also know that with the right incentives, a lot of these wells can be shut down for good. So Carbon Path was born to solve this problem. We are a Web3 climate startup that combines the power of blockchain technology with the tried and true financing tool of carbon credits. Our mission is to stop the nastiest and most persistent emissions at their source. And we're starting with these abandoned and low-producing wells. So here's the process. We partner with a company that has access to or owns the well. They take measurements, provide documentation, and shut down the well according to a methodology we developed. And using the same methodology, we calculate the amount of carbon credits that can be produced from that shutdown. So for example, an abandoned well emits, let's say, 1,000 tons of CO2 over its lifetime. So once we shut it down, we mint 1,000 tokens. So the company gets a share to cover the costs, and the rest of the revenue from the tokens actually goes into shutting down more wells. So that's the virtuous cycle that you see there. So we're using blockchain technology and focusing on these industrial emissions because we want our carbon credits to be high trust, high impact. So that's that upper right quadrant right there. So what do I mean? So carbon credits need additionality to be legitimate, or what's called but for. So but for the revenue from our carbon tokens, these wells would have never been shut down. There's just no funding or no incentive to otherwise. They're just sitting there. And they're a huge source of emissions. So that's the high impact. But on top of that, you need to accurately measure emissions, both real and projected, and record every aspect of the project to create trust. So we do that for all of our projects. We independently verify using drone footage, satellite imagery, independent contractors, and we put all that data onto our platform and actually put it onto the public immutable blockchain. So it's there for everyone to see. So our customers can trust that with every Carbon Path token, it stopped exactly 1 metric ton of CO2 equivalent, no more, no less, permanently. So when you have high trust, high impact, you are able to actually earn a premium on your carbon credits, and our customers have been willing to pay that so far. So we set our initial token price at $30 a ton. That's actually way above the average market price of voluntary credits right now, which is $5 a ton or less. And we sold over 200 tokens in the past 2 weeks since our initial public launch. And we are on track to bring 100 more wells online this year. So that's thousands or more credits. So lastly, we're going to replicate this process for other industrial sources. So think landfill and livestock methane, cement, metal, chemical production, and more. So we're excited to be part of that net zero transition, and we'll hope you'll join us. So thanks.
Nice, nicely done. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your concept, and over to the judges for their feedback.
Okay, I'll start. So who's your clientele? Like, who is your
customer?
Who's the customer? Who's the downline?
Yeah, so we want our customers to be both retail and institutional. So individuals who
Okay.
care about offsetting their carbon impact.
Okay.
So if anyone in the room has a crypto wallet right now, I'm able to send our tokens to you and you can buy them off our site. But what's more important, the scaling comes from institutional customers. So we have connections with the largest purchasers of carbon credits. So one of them is Delta. So Delta Airlines buys a lot of carbon credits. It's just part of their business to offset their carbon footprint. So we would sell to institutional customers such as Delta, a lot of the energy companies. Even so, if you think of Google, they've been carbon neutral for a long time. How? They invest in renewables, but they also buy a lot of carbon credits.
Sure.
So we want our tokens to be more accessible to those kind of customers.
So you know what? So if I was sitting here listening to you and you were truly like pitching me, you say, hey, you know, I want $1 million, 200, whatever your price point is. Here's what the one thing that I could tell, you don't have a very good handle on or steeped in that's going to be a huge challenge for you, and that's on the upside, which is that you say you want to start with wells, but I really didn't hear you speak to that you have partnerships with oil and gas companies who are still owning. The way oil and gas works is that they still own that well, and so even though it's a dry well, I didn't hear you at all talk about, yeah, you know, we have a partnership with, you know, the Railroad Commission, who's the one who does the compliance for oil and gas. So if I heard you say like a lot that you had, you're building to be a bridger, like your company would be a bridger from the upstream to the downstream, I would just be like, yes, because I understand how challenging that would be, because you're in Texas too. Oil and gas runs like, you know, so like if you were talking like that, I would be so much more excited about your thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I should have emphasized that our team has that oil and gas background. So we have connections. So our founders have worked at Chevron, ExxonMobil, the big ones, BP. And then we also actually have connections to smaller companies. So the pilot project that we created our first tokens from, it's a company called Kraken. They own a couple thousand wells in Montana. So that's that partnership that let us create our first tokens.
I would have used that even as an example,
Absolutely.
right? That, like, you don't have to
like
know
that,
the
see.
business,
Yeah.
and that would have kind of connected it.
Yeah,
I love that.
being able to
Thank
say
you.
like this is what's happening in Montana, and even if, as you said, it's a pilot, it's a demo, that because there's a lot of possibility here. I mean, what you're talking about is a massive change in this industry.
Yep.
And I think that being able to not be shy about the fact that it's not just your company doing everything, that you have regulatory, engineering, insurance, you know, all of these players in this to shut down one of these oil and gas wells. I mean, that is a very, very big undertaking.
Yep.
And so I think being able to lean into specifically what your role is and what your value add is in that process, then really helps sort of hook, all right, you know, you are the bridge between that and then being able to, you know, have consumers buy tokens and things like that and engage in a carbon market in that unique way.
Absolutely. Thanks for
All
that.
right,
I
Christy,
guess
your
I'm just-
feedback and your score.
Oh, okay. I have to think about the score. Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, like, I'm just a little confused on the business model, because doesn't blockchain use a lot of like energy and like produce a lot of emissions? I'm just a bit confused on that part of the whole thing.
We're not going to be able to respond to it, unfortunately.
Okay.
but-
Well, I was confused
We're on,
about that.
we're on
so.
Celo, carbon negative blockchain. We're not on-
Okay. You should say that. Anyways,
And scores, judges.
3.3.
3.3. Okay, Q.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say a 4. I'm at a 4
3.3
because I really
4.
believe in the potential of what you're saying, but I just know exactly how challenging it's gonna be for you.
And then Cassie.
3.5.
3.5. Okay. Chris, thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you,
All
everyone.
the best luck in the future with it. Okay, with that, we have come to the end of Dragonfly's Den. If you don't like the name of Dragonfly's Den, do not put that on. That was not my idea. But that does not mean that we are small, we are mighty, and these are startups that we don't have time wants to get behind and support. And so we were able to share these 7 incredible startup ideas that we will not only amplify through our platform live to the hundreds of thousands tuning in, to the millions that these ideas will reach. So if nothing else, if you don't win today's Dragonfly's Den competition, it still is an opportunity to get your idea out to the masses. I want all of the presenters to remember that and to be proud of what they did here today, because masses will see what you're doing, be inspired by it, get behind it, and support you. So, thank you so much to each of the presenters who contributed. Thank you to and I'm just giving time for my colleague to come up and pass me who the winner was as well. Thank you so much to the judges. Give it up for Christy, for Q, for Cassie, who brought the energy, who brought the feedback, and really potentially helped these startups along their way. We really wish you so much success in your journey. With that being said, I'm about to announce the winner of Dragonfly's Den, and this winner will be getting and why don't I see it? Okay, this winner will be getting a 1-year subscription to We Don't Have Time, worth $14,400, and we will be working with them closely to develop their concept, to improve their communication, to develop the narrative, the pitching, the storytelling, to ultimately support bringing their idea, their important, innovative climate tech idea, to commercial viability to the masses. So excited to work with the winner of this competition, which is, can you do that one more time? Which is Zara from In the Loop with 12.9 points. And we won't actually have time. Okay, we'll bring you back up on stage. And with that, please join us and give us all a hug. With that, we will be closing out Dragonfly's Den. Thank you. We are moving swiftly on to the next segment of the We Don't Have Time Climate Hub at South by Southwest, which we have titled Celebrities and Advocacy for Climate. Please take a watch of the recent interview I had with Mark Hobick, the Executive Vice President of Illuminate and Head of Film and TV. We are here at South by Southwest at the South by Southwest Center at We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub, and I'm so thrilled to have with me Mark Hobick. Mark, welcome to the Climate Hub.
Thank you so much.
And Mark is the Executive Vice President and the Head of Film and Television at Luminate Data. So we are really thrilled to talk to you. It's one of the sectors we haven't really gotten deep into yet, so you're gonna really give our audience here and tuning in from around the world a little insight into what is Luminate Data, what actually is the purpose of this company, what is your inception story?
So I founded a company called TV Tracker, and TV Tracker was founded in 1999. And the company was later acquired. The current Luminate Film and TV product is the TV Tracker is the basis of the Luminate Film and TV product. In terms of kind of the origin story I like to go back to is the idea, because as somebody who's founded companies yourself, I always find these stories kind of interesting. But I initially, before I founded the company, I thought I was going to go to get my MBA. And I applied to the Stanford MBA program and as well at Cal and at UCLA. I applied to the programs. One of the questions on the Stanford application was outline a business idea, and I basically outlined this idea of TV Tracker. Well, Stanford turned me down, Cal turned me down, UCLA turned me down. Years later, I had the opportunity to speak at MIT and Harvard, and they loved the Stanford turned me down story. So I've gotten great mileage out of that over the years.
Love this.
But in terms of a product, what we do is we are essentially metadata providers. So when I say metadata, I'm talking about the data we have around objects, so people, companies, content. And initially, the product was designed to really track development slates in television, TV Tracker, also the scheduling information, overall deals. And as the company grew, we began to encompass more and more content. Today, we cover TV, film, and digital. We're in 7 territories globally. We're the leader in Hollywood in terms of DEI data, so we call that justice, equity, and inclusion data that we sell to the studios, networks, and streamers. And then we're also in sustainability engagement data, which I'm excited to talk about. Today, our clients really run the gamut. We have about 1,700 companies that use the service: Netflix, Sony, CAA, UTA, Disney, 1,700 others.
That is so cool. And ultimately, we have this in common. We're both data nerds, aren't we? And not just that, we're both wearing what I like to call mustard. What would you call this color?
I would definitely call it mustard. Yeah, no, we're on.
So we have a couple things in common here. And the importance of data, so as a scientist, we need to ensure that anything we put forward in terms of communication, in terms of policies that are going to be supported by various advocates, including Hollywood partners, are supported and entrenched in this data. Obviously, you share this idea. So why is data, from your vantage point, so critical for as a resource to provide to the various partners that you have, to the various consumers and buyers that you have? What are they doing? Why do they see so much value in this data to help support their acceleration of solutions for the climate crisis, for overcoming the climate crisis?
Well, it's existential. It's foundational. So on a fundamental level, our partners want to entertain the world. That's their business, but they want to ensure there's a world to entertain. So that is step one. Secondly, combating climate change has become a business priority for Hollywood. And let me give you a use case. We are partners with a streamer that came to us about 2 years ago. And, prior to getting to the streamer story, let me just share some stats with you. So Deloitte ran a 10,000 person study in Q4 last year on millennials and Gen Z. The number one concern of Gen Z and millennials is climate change. This year, Deloitte ran a follow-up study with CXOs, which was identifying that 70% of companies that were polled indicated that they were going to be investing in 2023 in meeting and trying to address these concerns for their consumers. So that's sort of step one. So 2 years ago, a streaming client came to us and said, listen, we want to partner with you. We want to approach this in two ways. We're already getting excellent metadata around production companies and studios. So their effort was to become carbon neutral by the end of 2022. So we provide all of the production, studio, company information around the world. So you can imagine if you're shooting in Spain or you're shooting in Italy or Korea or Brazil, and you can pull up a list of production companies, studios, and see the work that they've done and find the right partner for yourself, you're going to reduce your carbon footprint, not having to fly everybody there. So that's step one. Step two was identifying about 3,500 talent that are authentically engaged in combating climate change. And that list we built, that list is made up of the Leonardo DiCaprios, the Mark Ruffalos, Rami Malek. If I look at somebody like Shailene Woodley, just to give people kind of an example of what that is, with Shailene, we're looking at things like she has a green energy home, she takes active transportation, i.e. she cycles places. She, of course, won the Earthshot Prize in 2022. Having those detailed data points allows for streamers and other distributors to align themselves with talent that's authentically engaged. That is what audiences, if you really want to engage Gen Z and millennial audiences, you need to be able to demonstrate that not only with your content, but also the behavior with the talent you align yourself with.
I mean, it's just brilliant. I love it. As a behavioral scientist, this is music to my ears because we know that we need to identify spokespeople who are authentic, who have large platforms that can reach the widest swaths of the public in the United States and around the world. And this is what was missing. We weren't really, climate science and policy wasn't aligning with Hollywood and with celebrities and influencers to really get that widespread reach. And so the fact that you saw that gap and really filled it with this data and were able to make it accessible to your various partners, to your various buyers and various users of this data, I mean, that's the game changer. This is what we need to see climate action really accelerate. And so that's what we're doing with We Don't Have Time. We're really proud to be a partner with Luminate. And why is it that these partnerships are important to you? Why is it that you're making this data available to organizations like ours that are trying to accelerate solutions to the climate crisis. What are you hoping to achieve by making this data available to organizations like us?
Well, I think, fundamentally we all have sadly recognized that government is not going to move quickly enough, and that corporations and organizations outside really have to do their part. And this is doing our part. I mean, also, I confess that we responded to a market need, and that to me is something that gives me hope, because when the financials of the market align with doing what's right for the planet, that's a win for everybody. And so that brought us to this as well.
I love that. So you already shouted out Shailene. Who are some of your favorite influencers and celebrities that are doing right by climate that you really point to and you want to share with your children because you're excited and proud of what they're doing? Real role models for the planet. And then who, if you can, maybe send what we call at the We Don't Have Time platform a climate warning. Who would you like to see do better?
Okay, so I can't have favorites because all of my clients are the major agencies, so I'm not going to come out with that list. But what I will tell you is, what's interesting is that when we look at the data, we're not only parsing the data from a perspective of behavior, advocacy, and content that you're involved with as an actor, but we're also identifying who is potentially a better messenger or amplifier for the message you're trying to get out. And we have many, many actors who are doing an incredible job in this space and authentically and really care about it. Ryan Reynolds is somebody that's come up again and again in the research, because with Ryan, what's very interesting is because of his comedic talents, he's a wonderful Canadian. He also has a green energy home. He is a personality that doesn't polarize, and it's something that policymakers need to be familiar with, that it's not just sort of being with somebody that's authentically involved, but it's also identifying the right actor to amplify that message that's not going to polarize audiences, because unfortunately in the United States, as you know, this is a very political issue.
Does anyone deserve a warning? Who, or rather than any individual, are there any groups in the sectors that you operate in that you would hope to get more involved in climate advocacy? And I'm gonna make this such a lead-in question right now. I think we could really see more coming from athletes, for example, as one genre of influencers that have massive platforms. How do we motivate those that aren't actually engaged in climate advocacy and action to get involved? What has your learnings been working in this space on that point?
I think it has to be approached from, first of all, we're identifying people through the data that are engaging in this area. In terms of motivating engagement, I think you leverage existing talent, you use the relationships with management, i.e. talent managers, talent agents. Increasingly, we find that the companies that we do business with have policies which mirror many of their employees' own feelings on climate change and environmental sustainability. So I think that's a good place to start as any.
So for those of you tuning in that thought you couldn't get involved in climate change and also be interested in Hollywood and data, look, there's actually a niche for you. So thank you for showcasing that everyone has a role to play. Everyone has something to contribute, whether it's entertainment, fashion, art. I mean, we need to engage across all aspects of society if we're going to truly accelerate solutions to the climate crisis. You are such a wonderful living example of that. Thank you, Mark. Really appreciate you taking this time.
Thank you for having me.
And from Mark to Jane Fonda, I am so excited to showcase an example of exactly this concept, a celebrity who is doing real right by the planet.
We're going to be here every Friday at 11 o'clock, rain or shine or snow or blizzard, whatever.
What do we want? Climate justice! Now! Our planet's on fire!
Every Friday, we're inviting experts, activists, celebrities, and the people who live in the most impacted frontline communities to speak to us.
We hold the power to change the political calculus in America.
We have power. We have so much power.
This is a collective crisis that requires collective action.
Our job as celebrities is to point, and this is what we're pointing at.
We're here to honor the people on the ground, the people doing the grassroots work, the people working hard.
We're gonna go raise a ruckus.
And this movement is spreading so fast.
We are just getting started.
While we have to face what's real, we still mustn't give in to despair. And that's why we need all of us to rise together.
Don't blink, don't back down from this fight, because when it comes to us and climate deniers, we will win politically and we will win on the policy.
Woo! Yes!
In 2023, Fire Drill Fridays is headed to the front lines of the climate crisis.
So we couldn't have Jane here in person, but just know we are working on it. And there's no one better to talk to about actually what it's been like working with her and so many others as part of the organization you represent, which is Greenpeace. So, this is Anusha Narayanan. I said that right. I should have said that right. We are both of South Asian descent. I have no excuse. She is the global project leader for Greenpeace's campaign to stop the expansion of fossil fuels. She works with Greenpeace offices around the world to deploy hard-hitting investigations, nonviolent actions, and creative communications to tackle the planet's biggest carbon bombs. Over the past decade, she has run state-level clean energy and electoral campaigns and has worked as a senior campaigner for the Union of Concerned Scientists, where she ran advocacy campaigns to fight for regulatory policy reforms to build a renewable future. So, welcome to an incredible advocate for the planet and representative from Greenpeace USA, and somebody who has real experience working with some of these celebrities and influencers. And that's what we're talking about in this segment, is building these relationships because of the masses that we can reach through these types of strategic partnerships. Let's talk a little bit about what do you think the future holds for the role of celebrity influencers in the fight against climate change?
Yeah, and thank you for having me. I always get very inspired by that clip and of the work that Jane Fonda does with Greenpeace. So we have less than 10 years to tackle the climate crisis. And the clearest path to victory is building a mass mobilization of people. We need millions of people who are activated and ready to take action. And what we really need to think about is how are we reaching those millions of people around the world? And that's where key influencers and celebrities come in. Culture is such a big part of our society and a fabric of our society. How governments shift, how corporations take good action depends on culture. And one of the key ways that we're able to shift culture and show things that seem impossible to actually seem inevitable is the role of celebrities and influencers being messengers to show that, oh, marriage equality actually is possible. Oh, we can fight for reproductive rights. And they can do similar things for climate change as well. So taking it from something that feels so tense in the political arena to making it more accessible to people. And then not just making it accessible, but actually finding ways that people can see how it's impacting their own lives and then are also mobilized to take action. So really that role is bringing in as many people as we can to win this fight, and that's what celebrities can help us do.
Yeah, definitely. And as a behavioral scientist, this is something that scientists more broadly don't like admitting to. Scientists think that we've done the work, all we have to do is give them the numbers, they'll get it. But behavioral scientists understand that partnerships with trusted spokespeople is actually going to be what results in behavioral change. It's going to be what convinces masses and moves masses to taking action. And so I love that organizations like Greenpeace really get it. Whether you realize you're utilizing advances in behavioral science or not, that's exactly what this is. Although that being said, there's got to be a balance, right, between working with influencers but also staying true to your mission. Do you find that sometimes that could get compromised when you're working with some of these influencers?
Yeah, it's definitely a balance that you want to keep in mind. I think one key pillar of this is being clear-eyed of what your organization or your campaign's mission is, right? So what are the pathways for victory that you've identified, and how have you found the ways that, or how have you identified the ways that you're gonna get to that victory? And so I think it's really thinking about celebrities, key influencers as a strategy to do that, right? So they can serve as spokes, they can help amplify messages, they can be key parts of campaigns. But the win is winning on phasing out fossil fuels, winning a just transition for workers. The win isn't, a celebrity doing a 30-second video. It's them doing that 30-second video in service of this bigger goal that we have in mind. And I think the other critical piece to keep in mind is making sure that we're also prioritizing the consultations with frontline activists who are leading the fight. We're keeping climate justice in mind, and celebrities and key influencers are using their megaphone and passing the mic, and they aren't co-opting these fights, they are in solidarity. And so I think really for groups like Greenpeace, it's exemplifying what does being in solidarity with groups look like, and not just parachuting in and trying to take credit for that work.
Sure, that makes sense. So you're very strategic about it. And we heard just before you from Mark Hobick, who is the head of film and TV at Luminate Data, and they have allowed access for organizations like Greenpeace, for us, we use this data as well, to be able to see which celebrities and influencers are actually doing right by the climate based on publicly available data, aggregating their tweets and what they're posting on Facebook, LinkedIn, et cetera. I guess not so many celebrities are using LinkedIn like that, but you get my point. So the idea is we can be strategic by using data. We can be strategic by partnering with companies like Luminate to make sure that any strategies around partnerships with celebrities and influencers are entrenched in data. Is that something that you're thinking about considering, or what are some of the strategies and best practices for selecting the right celebrity?
Yeah, data is an integral part of the work that, what we use in our work a lot. A lot of the times the data that we use is more focused on how are we reaching out to our online audiences, how are our supporters continuing to engage with us, what's the compelling content that's activating them and propelling them to take action. I think when we think about celebrities and strategy, it's a key organizing pillar of meeting people where they're at, right? So for a celebrity specifically, it's making sure, and for key influencers, are you doing the research and what's the past interests that they've had? What kind of content do they put out? What are their background? What's their interest? What brings them to this fight? And also just recognizing that we live and breathe climate change and tackling the climate crisis, and we do this 24 hours a day. We read all the news clips, we see all the tweets, and that's not necessarily where celebrities are coming from. And so part of it is how are you embedding an educational arc so you're actually able to not just plug them in, but you're able to actually show the systems change that need to be done.
Right.
I think one key part is also just having a huge set of tactics and options, right? So one person might be, I can shoot off a tweet, and that's what I'm comfortable doing.
Right.
One person might be, I don't want to do this publicly, but I'm willing to have the private meeting with the corporate CEO to convince them to do the right thing. And then some people are like Jane Fonda, who are awesome, and who are like, I'm going to put my body in the line all the time to solve this crisis. So I think that's just having that menu of option.
Okay, that's really interesting. And I'm skipping a question, but I'm going to come back to it. But since you just pointed out Jane Fonda specifically, tell us about your experience working with celebrities, and then what is the upcoming work you're doing with Jane? Because she really is she'll put her body on the line. She is such a firehouse. And Fire Drill Fridays is the name of her brand too, right? So tell us a little bit about your work with her and what's coming up.
Yeah, so Jane Fonda approached Greenpeace in 2019 She was really inspired by the youth climate strikes that were happening globally. She was inspired by Reverend Barber's Moral Mondays that were happening, and just saw the level of urgency that people brought to this fight, and also the repetition and discipline that they brought to these actions as well. And so that really inspired her to use this frame of act like your house is on fire. So that's where Fire Drill Fridays came.
Right.
And so when it kicked off in 2019, it kicked off in DC with 4 months of weekly civil disobediences. Over 600 people risked arrest. Thousands of people came out. There were many, celebrities, frontline activists, climate activists who came out to speak on these issues. And then the pandemic happened, which made it much more difficult to meet in person. But that did not stop Jane Fonda, Fire Drill Friday, or Greenpeace. So since the pandemic, we've held over 100 virtual shows. And this has been a really great opportunity to be digging deeper into topics, bringing in a lot more guests because there was more accessibility with it being online. We actually reached 11 million people just last month through our virtual shows, which is amazing. And now we're excited to get back into real life and hit the streets again. So Fire Drill Fridays and Jane Fonda and Greenpeace are going to be doing a tour through the Gulf right here in Texas and Louisiana starting next month. We are here in Austin, Texas, where things feel progressive and we're all about taking action on climate, but we're also at the heart of the oil and gas industry as well, right? So I think we want to make sure we keep that in mind because, as you mentioned, part of the work I do is tackling the world's biggest carbon bombs. And we're actually just a few hundred miles away from one of the world's biggest carbon bombs, the Permian Basin, where oil and gas production is set to double in the next decade. And this has huge detrimental impacts to local communities' health and safety. It's something our climate can't afford to meet our global climate goals. And it's also often ignored, right? These are sacrificed communities where they are continually sacrificed for the profits of fossil fuel companies. And the opportunity that Jane Fonda and Fire Drill Friday has is let's go meet with local allies, work with frontline partners on exposing the harms that the fossil fuel industry has had on these communities in Texas and Louisiana, and bring it to a national and global audience to show that this is what is happening in the United States in 2023, and this is how the fossil fuel industry is responsible.
That's incredible. Okay, so we have to keep an eye out for that. You're obviously getting some serious traction through your legacy organization. I'm so excited to be partnering with Greenpeace. Yeah. We are just kicking this off, and we are going to support the amplification of all of the campaigns that you have coming up, and we should be getting millions of viewers for you too. To those of you that are tuning in from around the world, get excited about what's about to come from Greenpeace, because yes, you will see some serious activism combating some of these serious carbon bombs. So do you get backlash though? Do you get backlash as an organization for partnering with these kinds of celebrities and influencers? Do you get accused of greenwashing? Do you get accused for selling out? Are these any issues that you've been dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing in the news more coverage around this idea of celebrities greenwashing. I saw this article about like the Kardashians are going to be consultants for ESG, and it's like, how are they experts on ESG? That's very interesting. But I think, one thing to take a step back on why greenwashing is such a huge issue, right? So for the fossil fuel industry, they know that greenwashing is a lifeline for them to elongate being able to continue producing oil and gas. And for fossil fuel companies, delay and distraction is the new climate denial. And so they have done a, frankly, amazing job for many decades now of not just embedding themselves in our culture, but just being American culture and just seeing, oil as being American, and all these sponsorships of music festivals and museums and universities. And so this is part of the playbook that they are using. And so I think that what we have a role in playing, not just as Greenpeace, but as a climate movement, is that we need to build a big tent and be as accessible and be as welcoming as for many celebrities and key influencers as possible, because we do need them to be messengers to reach the numbers that we need to reach. And part of the goal is also when we bring them in, what is, making sure that we're actually educating celebrities and influencers on what's the role that the fossil fuel industry has played in the climate crisis, and also making sure that they understand what greenwashing is, what climate misinformation is, and when they spot it, what are ways that they actually are able to push back against it.
Sure. So you're also doing them a favor. You're able to teach them and educate them, and hopefully that ripples through that celebrity network that we know exists out there, because you see them in all the Vanity Fair pages, after parties, following the Oscars, like we all did this morning. Can you imagine if that entire Vanity Fair party from last night at the Oscars started talking more consistently?
Imagine if they all just said, let's end fossil fuel
Yes,
subsidies.
can you imagine that? That's the power in that room, the power of like a Jane Fonda, of course, everybody knows her as an activist from her earliest years, but the Taylor Swifts out there, the Oprahs out there, we need to encourage celebrities to speak out and not be scared of being called hypocrites. So I love the work you're doing. I think it's super critical if we're really going to move behavioral change, like really mobilize people to take action. It's the only way to do it is through trusted spokespeople. So awesome that you recognize that you're pushing all of this campaign out with all of these strategic partners. What additional outlets are helpful to you? Media outlets, social media outlets. Why and how is distribution also critical to your success?
Yeah, so definitely depends on what you're working on and who your target audiences are and who you're trying to reach. The platforms that I've found interesting and are ways to really break through to people is actually morning talk shows and afternoon talk shows, where you're able to reach millions of people, able to have these trusted spokespeople talk about climate change in a way that actually also meets where the audience is at, right? So what would it look like if celebrities were on these talk shows more talking about how does climate change affect your child's health? What does it mean for extreme weather events on your communities? And then also maybe get more spicy and talk about what's the role that the fossil fuel industry has on the impacts of what your communities is facing, right? So I think that's one really interesting way to get through to people. The other one I think is also being able to see some of these celebrities and influencers in action and walking the talk and doing what they're asking people to do. One of my favorite segments from the virtual shows for Fire Drill Friday was Lily Tomlin and Jane Fonda. Lily Tomlin's Jane Fonda's co-star in Grace and Frankie. They did a role play of calling your member of Congress, and so Lily Tomlin on Fire Drill Friday called with viewers watching, showing how to call your member of Congress and ask them to end fossil fuel subsidies. So doing things like that, I think, is a really great way to engage people.
Showing people that you're also walking the walk, not just talking the talk.
Yeah.
With that, we have to close this segment on celebrities and advocacies for the climate. I couldn't think of a better person to talk about this with. You literally have been working with advocates for the planet, like Jane Fonda and many others, and we wish you real success for your upcoming campaign. Thank you so much, Anusha.
Thank you so much.
Jessica's first.
Jada.
So we have been talking all day at We Don't Have Time's South by Southwest Climate Hub about the transition to clean energy, making sure it's just, it's equitable, and everyone is uplifted in this new future that benefits all, those especially that have been historically disenfranchised. And we are going to continue this conversation in this next panel, where I have two incredible speakers. I'm going to introduce to you first Jada Deoen McKenna, the Chief Executive Officer at Mercy Corps. Jada leads a global team of more than 5,600 humanitarians who provide immediate relief and help communities forge new paths to prosperity in the face of disaster, poverty, and the impacts of climate change.
reaching 37 million people in more than 40 countries. Previously, Jada served as the Chief Operating Officer of CARE, where she oversaw the organization's programming and global operations. Really excited to have Jada. Please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks. You know, what we learned and saw painfully during COVID has applied to climate change and continues to. Although all of us are affected by climate change, we know that people are not impacted equally. And so for us, climate justice really means looking at solutions to the climate crisis that really center justice and equity at the front of those efforts. And I'm proud to say that's what we do at Mercy Corps. So at Mercy Corps, we are a team of people working in areas that have been affected by climate, conflict, and poverty. And normally those all three go together. It's unfortunately a virtuous circle that reinforces one another. And within those communities, we seek to work with the people within them that are the most vulnerable and the most marginalized or least included in those communities. We focus on the basics, really. We focus on making sure that people have enough food to eat, that they have access to clean, healthy water, that they are able to have economic opportunities to kind of decide their own destiny. And we also have a specialty in peace building and governance and conflict avoidance, because as I said, conflict, climate, poverty, they all go hand in hand with one another. When we look at the way that we work in the communities that we work in, you know, some of our largest programs are in very difficult places like Iraq or Afghanistan or Somalia. And what we see there, almost in every place we work, is that the poorest populations have been pushed to the most marginalized lands that have already suffered the impacts of climate change and continue to do so. They generally, resilience is a real key word for us, and our goal is to build resilience in these populations so that they can, we call it cope, adapt, and thrive, because unfortunately, natural disasters, climate disasters tend to come and go. But these are populations that very much live hand to mouth, that often have no savings and are the least resilient amongst us. A good example of that is our work in Somalia, where I was just this past October. In the Horn of Africa, most of those populations are nomadic. They move around. Climate change has forced them to, Somalia right now is on its 5th season of no rain, going into the 6th season. It is the worst drought in over 40 years. Those of you who are old enough may remember the We Are the World days and those pictures. That's exactly what's happening in the Horn of Africa right now. And so as these pastoralist populations have moved around in search of, with their herds of animals and their family, in search of water, in search of resources, they're increasingly butting up against farmers for that same water supply. One of the things we do within our conflict avoidance is try to negotiate and work with those communities to negotiate water rights to prevent that. But Somalia, now in its 6th year, there are millions of people whose all their animals have died. So that's all their assets, all their ability to earn cash. And so they are walking for days, sometimes up to weeks, to the outskirts of cities where they can get food because they have absolutely nothing. And unfortunately, there are a lot of carcasses along the way of those herds of animals, and unfortunately of children who are malnourished. So those are the situations that we are really, there will be drought in Somalia. It's here now, it will come again. And so our work is really focused on helping those communities adapt to that and to be resilient to that. So how do we do that? On our food security, we look at climate smart agriculture and look at different ways for communities to reduce their usage of certain inputs. We also are trying to bring markets closer. So one of the things that happens is people are much further away from places where they can buy seed or transport to market. So we're really working to build thriving ecosystems so that people have access to things a little bit more closely. We also look at clean, sustainable energy as essential. Energy gives people the freedom to have enterprises. It prevents especially women and girls, from having to go get firewood, which oftentimes are long walks that sometimes leave people very vulnerable. And it just provides a cushion for everything. For example, in Ethiopia, we have a program we call InterEnergy, and it's a public-private electricity provision for refugee communities in Ethiopia. So in doing that, and it provides access to electricity for them at very, very low cost. So in doing that, we provide refugees for more options to sustain themselves, to take care of themselves, for their families to be safe. But in providing that, we also are reducing competition with local community for those resources of electricity and other things, and potentially more markets for each side of that equation. So those are the ways that we try to work in everything together. There's a lot of opportunity for us to continue to focus on the most vulnerable as we look at climate change and what's happened. You know, the people that we serve have done the least to contribute to greenhouse emissions, yet are suffering the most. Africa as a continent has contributed just 4% to greenhouse emissions, yet simultaneously we have major droughts in the Horn and major flooding in Nigeria that wipes away all the crops that are there. A lot of the funding to date towards climate has been on the mitigation side. We are calling for more of that work to go on the adaptation side to really help those communities who are suffering the most from climate change rebound from that. Unfortunately, a lot of the climate adaptation money, about 70% of it, is coming in the forms of loans. That doesn't work for the populations we serve. These are countries that already suffer indebtedness. So you're asking a government or someone else to decide between providing social safety nets for their people, which many can't do, or paying off debt payments. So our urgent call is to make more adaptation funding available, for it to be more grant-based and not loan-based, and for more private sector engagement in the places that are toughest to serve, particularly states that we call fragile states affected by conflict. The UN estimates that by 2030, 26% of the world's population will be in fragile states. It's a sobering number, and it's not something that happens over there. You know, the fragility, people fighting just for basics of food and water, it leads to migration and all kinds of things. So we are all in this together, and it's better to address it before the worst comes. So I hope that you will all join us in helping getting our government officials to respond more and to do more on the adaptation front, and to really thinking about ways we can fund work for people in the countries most affected who've done the least to contribute. Thanks.
Jada, thank you so much. Please don't go anywhere. Okay. Well, actually, please relax for a few minutes, and then we'll bring you back up on stage, and we're going to continue and have a panel with you.
Perfect.
So, thank you, Jada. So, from one fabulous female leader to another, I'm thrilled to introduce Jessica Bundia. She goes by Jessie. She is the Vice President of Sustainability and Green for All National Director at dream.org. Green for All works at the intersection of the environment, the economy, and racial justice movements to advance solutions to poverty and pollution, and to ensure that the people who are hit first and worst by pollution and climate do not benefit last and least from its solutions. Jessie is working to advance proactive bipartisan climate policy, supporting the implementation of Biden's Justice 40 initiative, and uplift Black and brown entrepreneurs and job pathways in the green economy. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce my friend, Jessie. The floor is yours.
$369 billion. I'm just going to let that land with you. $369 billion. That's how much Congress passed last year to accelerate the pace of the transition into the green economy. To give you a sense of scale, that's 4 times more than President Obama was able to accomplish under his administration. So congratulations, everyone. You have a lot to be proud of. We should be celebrating. And what I will say to you today is that what wakes me up every day since that legislation passed is making sure that it actually gets implemented in a way where it is going to reach the communities hardest to serve and impacted the most. And for us, that's Black and brown neighborhoods who suffer from poverty and from pollution. So why are we here today? I am here to talk a little bit about the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. I'm going to tell you 3 things that we are personally really excited about that's in that plan. And then I'm going to tell you about some ways to be able to take action and why it's important for you. So first, the Inflation Reduction Act has a number of different tax incentives. You've heard about them today. And so if you are in the United States, there's an opportunity to get money to weatherize your homes, to install the solar panel, to be able to transition into a clean electrical vehicle, and all to be able to reduce utility costs in the long run. We are really passionate about getting that information to the people who wouldn't hear about it usually, and so communities of color across the country. Second, there are $60 billion of tax incentives and grants in the package to go to disadvantaged communities. Those are communities impacted by poverty and pollution. And they're there to be able to fund community scale infrastructure. For a lot of people, they don't know what community scale infrastructure is. What is it going to look like within my communities? It could be anything from EV infrastructure to green roofs to workforce development program and education and outreach. And for us at Dream.org, we're partnering with communities from Fresno, California, all the way to Detroit, Michigan, to make sure that they have the technical assistance to not miss out on this opportunity. And then lastly, there's a third element, $27 billion for a clean energy accelerator that's going to take thriving businesses like the ones we've heard today and give them an opportunity to scale and provide services to low-income communities. And we're so lucky at Dream.org. We have an incredible network of Black and brown CEOs in green tech who are ready for this moment. But not only that, they're passionate about expanding the network of minority-owned businesses who are going to benefit from federal investments and who are going to be able to implement the communities or these solutions within the communities that they're from. So why is this important to me? You know, you hear about pundits and also politicians, and they talk about this government spending and government spending and government spending. And I want to say that it's not just government spending. It is a deep, transformative investment in the lives of real people. And I know this is important because I was invested in and benefited from public investment. My family moved from Mexico to Iowa. We were like the only Mexican family in my neighborhood forever. And we lived in public housing, and we took the public transportation and bus to school and to work. And we went to a public school system where all the rich kids and all the poor kids, they were all there getting the same opportunities. When I was in 4th grade, I got my first green job. I would pick up the recycling from all of our apartments and deliver them to the community center down the street, and they would give me $20. And with the $20, I'd bring it back and I'd contribute to my family's household expenses, and it would give me a sense of dignity and value, even at a young age. There's a huge opportunity in this moment for people to feel invested in. I didn't have a lot growing up, but I always felt like my community was investing in me. And so I say there's a moment for us to invest in communities and in people today. And I don't want you to miss it. So what are we going to do? Okay, so there's an activation center if you're here, which are our dollar bills over there. We're asking people a simple but profound question, which is, what would you do with $369 billion? I've gone over there, I've read it. It's like, please fund high-speed rail, electrical bikes for everyone, solar roofs everywhere, support for small businesses. And it says what we already know, which is that communities deserve to be invested in, and they have great ideas that should be heard. And so you've heard this theme a few times today, but it is incredibly important that you actually have a voice today, both at the federal level and at the state level, to help influence where those investments go and make sure they go to the communities that need them the most. But you also have a role to play in contacting your local government and asking them the simple question of, what are your plans for these investments? Are you actually going to be able to apply? What kind of projects do we really want to see in our communities? And then I would say, lastly, if you know a Black or brown entrepreneur in green tech, let us know. We're building out a really exciting network of entrepreneurs who are going to be delivering these solutions in the communities most impacted by poverty and pollution across the country. And then lastly, talk to people. Talk to people about this opportunity. Make sure that they're aware, because it really is a moment for us to all roll up our sleeves and get to work. And this is a special message to my climate activists. So many folks, spent the last decade working so hard to actually get this policy passed, and you deserve to celebrate and to take a break. But then get back up, because passing the policy and getting the investments was step one. And now there's 99 other steps to make sure that this gets implemented and that the actual benefits become a reality for the people most impacted. So anyways, I thank you all for having me here today, and I'm really excited about the panel opportunity.
Firstly, how incredible is it to have Dream.org and Mercy Corps together on stage at We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub at South by Southwest. It's exceptional to bring the climate community here to South by. And we've been promising you, those who are here in the audience, the hundreds of thousands tuning in from around the world, maybe even millions, we'll see the numbers later, that we were going to be bringing climate content to South by. So here we are. Unique programming on climate you can only get through We Don't Have Time. So let's expand on what you just shared with our audience. And it's been a major theme of our broadcast today, and there's a reason for that. We're in the process of a transition to clean energy. We are building a future now together. The writing's on the wall. We know it's coming. We need to do this justly. That is critical. We know we're not going to succeed if we don't actually create a future that is more equitable than anything we've ever designed in the past. And we have to right historical wrongs. But Jesse, let me start with you. What does this actually mean? Is it about funding? Is it about policy? Is it about economic benefits that are really fairly distributed? Is it all of the above?
Yeah. Well, that answer is really easy. It is all of the above. But I will definitely say, in the context of the United States, I know the environmental movement, they actually often don't have a lot of experience working in low-income communities and in communities of color in the U.S. And one of the things that we've learned is, many people don't actually understand the history of redlining in the United States, where it was an illegal practice where financial institutions actually created circles around low-income communities and communities of color and would not offer financial services. So people couldn't buy a home, they couldn't get a loan for their business, and they really couldn't actually change their economic status. And what's really important about that is that it left certain communities behind. And so what's really a great moment that we're in is if we're really intentional about the design of these funds, we could take some of the failures of past federal infrastructure projects like highway expansions that have devastated Black and brown communities and tanked home values. And we can actually make sure that we're investing in those same communities and drawing the climate investments to the places that need them the most. And while we're doing that, creating the economic benefits that we need. But like I said, there's about 99 steps to be able to make sure that that reality comes into fruition, and we all have a role to get to work.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that this is a massive challenge, climate change, right? But it's also an opportunity to right historical wrongs. How do you look at this, Jada? As the CEO of Mercy Corps, you have a more international perspective on this. Is this going to be an opportunity to right these historical wrongs?
We have to make it an opportunity to right these historical wrongs. So what happens if we don't design things with climate justice in mind? The same thing happens where those who are already most vulnerable or least access to resources are now just get further and further behind and more marginalized. So we are extremely focused on those communities within those countries that are most affected. And like I said earlier, this is not an either or. You can just forget people. These things fuel conflicts. They lead to different migration challenges. That they show up on our doorstep in one way or another. And it's not tenable to have such inequitable societies in a world.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So earlier today, we kicked off the programming with Jad Daly, CEO of American Forest, or head of American Forest, and he was talking about how 1.5 billion in funding from the Inflation Reduction Act is being allocated towards trees and really supporting nature restoration. And so I would love to hear how the Inflation Reduction Act is supporting your efforts and what Green for All is doing to work actively with the states and at the federal level to make sure that funding is directed from the Inflation Reduction Act to the communities that need it the most, that are really going to potentially benefit from it. We also had Marcine Mitchell from WWF, World Wildlife Fund, earlier talking about the importance of ensuring that the funding found itself in the hands of those who need it the most. How do you think about this?
Yeah, we have so much to learn from, like I said, the failures of our infrastructure projects in the past. But I think it set us up really well to see what actually works. And so there are 5 elements that are really important to making sure that this is successful. The first is a really strong policy commitment to equity. And that is why we are big champions of the Biden-Harris Justice 40 initiative, which is really focused on getting the benefits of these climate investments to the communities that are disadvantaged, which means communities impacted by poverty and pollution. But we also need really effective tracking systems to make sure that the federal government is actually doing their job. And so being able to track by race and by income is really important in this work so that we can course correct along the way if we see that the outcomes are actually not leading in that direction. The other things that we also have to think about in the design of this program is that most communities do not actually have the capacity to apply for funding. And the communities that we're talking about, sometimes they have governments that are so low capacity they can't do basic things in their government. And so we need a huge infusion of technical assistance, both at the application phase, but also throughout the implementation to make sure that communities are at the table and that they're actually able to deliver these climate solutions that they are champions of and that they want to see in their lives. The last thing I would say, and these are all things that we have been working really hard in our federal advocacy to do with the administration, is we also need to talk about the unintended consequences of investments. When investments come in and there's no plan for them, they always privilege the people who have the most resources. So the money was going to always go to the coasts. And what's really important in this effort is that, with investments, sometimes there's gentrification. Or with investments, people are making money from those investments, but it's not people locally. And so for us to be able to design the programs in a way that incentivize economic inclusion and anti-gentrification, those are really key priorities for us.
Good points. Very good points about how helpful the Inflation Reduction Act can be for us domestically. And it's, of course, a positive. It's better than anything we've had before to fight the climate crisis. But it still has its criticisms. It's not without many groups saying that there was a missed opportunity, especially as it relates to international cooperation. Because how much of the Inflation Reduction Act actually allocates funding towards that end? And as somebody and as a company, we have been broadcasting from all major global convenings, especially the COPs. Most recently, COP27 continued to place promises and pledges on raising money for countries that have been hit hardest by impacts of climate. So a loss and damages fund was finally established, so countries would be receiving funding for the loss and damage they're facing, the most vulnerable countries that have contributed the least to the impacts of climate. And we've also been promising $100 billion in climate finance, right? The wealthier countries have been promising this to countries that, again, have not contributed to the climate crisis in the same way. So was the Inflation Reduction Act, Jada, a missed opportunity in supporting some of this international financing?
So we still have hope because President Biden has proposed a PREPARE Act, which would be $4 billion in funding in 2024 to do exactly to address the international side of this. Obviously, it would be great if it had come in the Inflation Reduction Act, but we are pushing for the PREPARE Act now.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you for dropping that nugget to our audiences that might not have known that. So yes, we have to practice what we preach. We can't just say that we are doing all of this great stuff at home and then not actually support the same sort of resiliency building happening in other countries around the world, and equitable resiliency building as well. So Jesse, you're in an interesting position at dream.org in the sense, it's interesting, it shouldn't be, right? We should be bipartisan, but you are bipartisan, and in an exceptionally polarized, especially America, that's a tricky spot to sit. It's just so counterintuitive, but that's actually the case. So for you, sometimes to get things done, you need to work with people you might not 100% agree with, and they might be annoyed you're working with the other side as well. So how do you actually work with some unlikely allies, and how do you keep your existing allies confident that this is the right way forward?
Yeah, that is definitely the million-dollar question. So when I started at dream.org about a year ago, the organization had just gone through a 20-year strategic plan, and they created a plan that was really focused on solving the hardest challenges in society, but doing it in a way that increases love and unity and decreases hate and division. And I was like, I came from the government world, and I was like, that is so nonprofit, right? And I was like, okay, what does that look like in the climate space? And at that point, we had actually emerged from the Trump administration, and things were so toxic and so polarized, and people had stopped being able to talk to each other. And you know, even my personal experience being on social media and feeling immediately triggered by what people were saying in my hometown in Iowa. But then I realized at some point that I couldn't actually do this work. Like, I literally couldn't do the math. I couldn't get to 2050 carbon neutrality in the United States without aggressively broadening the tent. And so that meant actually talking to people who I saw historically as adversaries and coming to the table to really think about and really listen deeply to what we have in common versus what we have that makes us different. And it has been transformational work. Our actual leadership is always telling us, like, when you open up your calendar, I want to make sure that 50% of the time you're talking to the people that you've grown up with, at your networks, your field of progressive allies. But 50% of the time, I want you to talk to people who are different from you. And I think that that has opened up some interesting opportunities. And just to share a few examples, and again, this goes to my conservatives in the room, there are actually things that we have in common. In talking to conservatives up and down the country, I learned that they also want a just transition. They want most of the resources to go to the places that have been impacted the most. Second, they believe in what they call local control, but local decision making. And so there's actually a lot of alignment with environmental justice communities who want to have more control over what happens to them and their communities. And so they're supportive of deep community engagement. And then lastly, they want to benefit from this economic rise and opportunities, and they want to see real jobs and real opportunities for businesses. And sometimes it means things like streamlining government processes and permitting to be able to get these projects online. Or sometimes it means actually building up small business communities so that they can really scale in this moment. And so we've been actually able to find a lot of common ground. And luckily last year we were hosting an event at COP27 because we've actually witnessed that our divisions as a country make us vulnerable. And so for us to be able to tell the external world that there are stakeholders in civil society in the United States who want to work together across difference is a really important message.
And it was a fantastic event. I was really happy to be invited to that, and continue to please do this work. It's critical if we're going to move forward. We need to find consensus. And we do have something in common across the aisles from each other, is we're human, first and foremost. We actually do share that in common, and we have to remember that, and that we all do want a more breathable, more sustainable, more equitable future. So we can dream for all.
That's right.
So, Jesse, you have been talking about what we're doing within the United States. Jada, I'm going to come to you to talk about, same question, but kind of international context on it. How do you forge those relationships and create those allies, some which might be unlikely or counterintuitive, but are really necessary to get the work done?
Yeah, it's great to sit here with Jessie, because so much of what she's saying, I see the mirror, or I speak the same language, but just in an international context. You know, we need to solve the problem, right? We need to be practical, we need to solve problems. And we also need to kind of access innovation or technologies or funding in different places. So an example of this is if you look at one of the legacy oil companies like Shell. Shell, on the other hand, is still one of the largest investors in renewable energy technology. So, you know, what we do is really stay close to our vision and values of working with the most marginalized and kind of giving them power in their transactions and in their market-based interactions. And so we don't compromise those. So when a Shell comes to us about a renewable energy project, we make sure it's in a place where they have not done a lot of harm, or there aren't bad histories there, or our employees can remain safe, but we also do it in a way that we're driving the right economic incentives and the right things for the populations that we serve. And, you know, sometimes, like, we do work in places like Somalia and Yemen, and US law prevents us from working with the bad guys explicitly, but, you know, as part of humanitarians, we do agree to look at things neutrally, to take a pledge of neutrality. So while we avoid prohibited parties, as the government likes to call them, we also have to understand different players in the ecosystem and why they're there and what function they serve, and determine if we need to engage them in some ways to move forward.
This is just fascinating. It's so inspiring, too. You can imagine those here, those tuning in from around the world, that might have faced some of these roadblocks, or like, well, look, here's examples of what's working within the US, around the world, and it's inspiring. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to mobilize action. We're trying to ask those viewing to not just, you know, tune in, but to take something away, to do something. So in the last few seconds we have left, I'm going to ask for your call to action to our audience tuning in. What is your takeaway for them, Jessie?
Well, one is please visit our website, dream.org. It's also the name of our organization, so you don't forget. And there are a number of different actions you can take on our website to really help make sure that the federal government is investing resources in the best way possible for the communities most in need. Also, though, I want to just, say to you that, as we do this work, it's really hard work. And honestly, to be able to just be genuine about where you are in your evolution as an activist and what you can provide the world. And if you feel ready to be able to actually build bridges with people who are different from you, I encourage you to make that a practice in your life, because it is transformative, it's rewarding, and it's what's going to really get us over the finish line on this climate crisis.
Awesome, Jessie. Thank you. Jada, final takeaway?
Yeah. Two things that I really encourage you to do. One, as I said, these things are all interrelated. So when you see something about immigration at the border, the climate has messed up smallholder farming, that's then caused other drift-off effects. So really think of those who are the most marginalized as you approach all policy. Fight for fair immigration, fight for budget for adaptation for other countries. Really consider that we're part of a broader ecosystem. And I also can't leave without really recommending my organization, Mercy Corps. You can find us at www.mercycorps.org. A good example of that is happening right now in Syria with the earthquake. Turkey was the epicenter of the earthquake and had more people affected, but Syria, that was already within a 10-year civil war, is the epicenter of pain and suffering from that earthquake. And a lot of resources resources are naturally going to Turkey for that. But in Syria, we were already in there providing clean water and helping with food and infrastructure that's already been battered by the civil war. And so just that really encourage people to divert attention to where we're not talking about. Think of Somalia. Everyone deserves the treatment that the Ukrainian refugees have gotten. Learn about some of those forgotten crises and try to push more towards them.
Yeah, and if I could just add, because it's been so inspiring to be on this panel with you, and I do think making sure that you guys are partnering with an organization where equity is a core value and a core tenet of what they do, and that is what they wake up every morning to try to accomplish. And I've really heard that in your experience and the work that you've been doing, and I just feel really proud that there's a broader network that's being built.
Ditto that.
Thank you,
all charities
ladies.
don't focus on equity.
Thank you. My gosh. What
Thank you.
synergies here?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your expertise, your contributions, the work you're doing, and for sharing it with the world. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am thrilled to welcome the final session of South by Southwest. We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub at South by Southwest. This will be led by my friend and colleague, Guillaume de Vesfrot. He is the co-founder of We Don't Need Roads, and I'm sorry if I butchered your last name. I can commiserate with you on that, even though I am the perpetrator this time. I'm very thrilled that we were going to be talking about what climate-friendly fashion can look like as we think ahead to some of the exciting new panels and programs We Don't Have Time is going to be bringing your way. So more on that after we finish this final session. Guillaume, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sota. Hi, so I'm Guillaume de Vesfrot, the co-founder of We Don't Need Roads. For those who wonder, yes, it comes from Back to the Future. It's the very last sentence of the first movie. We are a collective of scientists and business experts, corporate and non-profit partners, and we work like hybrid commando teams, and we solve planetary problems for global brands regarding how we connect business to carbon, biodiversity, and climate. And as such, we work with global fashion brands at a global level. And what I can tell is that they are all facing quite the same demands from all the stakeholders, from the consumers who demand quality and sustainability at a lower price because this is the economic crisis, from investors because they need profitability and liability, but they also need safety of the investment, from the lawmakers because the playground is globally tougher and tougher each day with for instance, in Europe, the CSRD regulation and the European Green Deal, but also in the US, what is following up with Climate Bill and the new reporting rules that have been set up actually this very week. And there's a fourth stakeholder in the game, that is actually the planet itself. It seems like the planet is fed up with the situation, and we observe that massive global value chains are very challenged right now. What is more, the textile industry is directly connected to the ground through agriculture, and so it has to sit in the driver's seat when we speak about creating the next regenerative business practices and models. So all that together is a massive challenge for global brands. And some of them will die. Some of them, I hope, those who are working with us are not going to die, are going to build a part of the solution. But it's only a part of it. And actually, we met by scaling companies, by networking with global activists and experts, several innovators that are actually building the next level of the future of fashion and the next standards that will actually build the major part of the market that will be the actual fashion market in a few years. So I'm very proud to welcome today Isabella Spataro. who runs De La Terra, a fashion brand in Colombia, that is actually reimagining the whole value chain in a sustainable way. We'll come to that. Sarah Pinner, who co-founded Benny, a new system to build re-commerce solution for brands. So you'll talk about that. And Alisa Meyer-Benz, who runs Kintra Fibers. Sorry, I'm trying to respect the pitch. And it's a new material, a new solution, a new technical solution for brands. And so all three, you're working on the new business models, how we reduce the negative impacts, and how brands can find solutions to work on the Scope 3 emissions, actually, thanks to your solutions. So first of all, Isabella, how did you come to that project? And how did you think about building a new value chain for fashion? And, well, basically, what were your big challenges doing so?
Okay, well, hi, everyone. I'm Isabella. And first of all, I want to thank you, Guillaume, for bringing us together. It's wonderful to be sitting here. I'm incredibly proud to be sitting next to two women founders of impact ventures, creating incredible things for the planet. So I'm really, really proud that it's three women in this panel fighting for climate change within the fashion industry, which is a mostly woman industry. So I'm very happy to be here. So I'm not really going to spend a lot of time telling my own story, but I'm from Colombia, which is, I'm proud to say, the second most biodiverse country in the world. So I obviously grew up to be a huge fan of Mother Earth. But I also had the dream that almost 6% of New Yorkers have, which is to make it in the fashion industry. But I grew to be very disappointed really quickly of what the industry was, and I stopped seeing it for the glamour and the runways and everything that they show us every day, and more for the big machine that it is. It employs more than 10% of the global workforce, and it accounts for over 8% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not just runways, it's actually, it has a huge impact on our planet and our society. So I stopped wanting to be part of this kind of glamour and more getting to the supply chain. And so I shifted gears, stopped working for luxury brands. I started working for startups. I lived in Guatemala and South Africa working with artisans, and eventually found my way to my own startup, which is De La Terra, which is what I'm wearing right now. And I'll speak a little bit more about it.
Wow. And what was the biggest challenge you met? I mean, building that. What really was a massive roadblock? It was there one, actually.
All right, well, before I speak about roadblocks, I'm going to tell a little bit more about the brand and what we're doing. So this jumpsuit that I'm wearing, for example, is made of organic hemp. So what we do is we trace the entire supply chain all the way from farm to garment, and we measure the impact in terms of water, CO2, phosphates, and energy within each step of the supply chain. And then we not only choose new materials like hemp, rami, cupra, tencel, algae-based fibers, and all sorts of new materials that are coming. We've incorporated over 18 materials, which is a lot to say, considering over 80% of garments are made either of regular cotton or polyester, so diversing our materials is really important. So this jumpsuit, for example, consumes 99% less water than if it was made of regular cotton, 76% less phosphates, 75% less CO2, and energy. So it's not that it doesn't impact the planet, because everything we create has an impact, but it's just made and designed to be the least impactful as possible. So the way you do this is we try to support our suppliers and partners in energy, water systems, and waste management. So for example, our main factory in Colombia, which we operate, we just installed solar panels. They've been up for 210 days. We're now self-producing 60% of our energy, and we hope to get it to 100% and supply it to neighboring factories. So that way we're really saving in energy when we're making these garments in those factories. Our main mill partner in Colombia, for example, is now recirculating its water. It recirculates 60% of the water, and it neutralizes the water using CO2. So they avoid both GHG emissions and water dumpings through this process, they've managed to save 1.1 million carbon dioxide, of like the equivalent of 1.1 million trees emissions in 1 year, which is a lot. So this works within waste management, where we've managed to save 1.3 tons of plastics, which is 1 car weight, 6.8 tons of paper, which is an elephant weight within our waste management programs in the factory. So yeah, we do this along the entire supply chain, everywhere from how we transport the garments, how we dye them, how we manufacture them, which materials we use, and that's how we come to the actual numbers.
All right, that's very impressive. How does your consumer understand that? How do you communicate with the consumers about that?
So we have a hand tag that has a QR code that says like, hey, humans, you know, we're sustainable, scan us for more information. And it has like 3 different like panels, I guess. So the first one gives you the impact of water, CO2, PO3, and energy. But it gives you in terms of numbers, which can be a little confusing because a lot of people like, okay, is 1 ton of CO2 a lot? Is that little? Like, what does it mean? So then it tells you like what percentage. Like, so it's 75% less CO2 than if we were made of a regular material or regular processes. So that's how we mostly communicate it. Yeah. And I mean, obviously through social media, through our pop-ups, through our distributors, we communicate this to the seller so that it can know how to tell it to the consumer. But I think it's important, we don't just have the savings, as in like, okay, 98% less water. We also have the impact, because we want consumers to understand that even though, yes, this garment consumes less water, it doesn't mean it doesn't consume any water, right? Because everything we made has an impact, so that they can kind of get the scope of what they're buying and how they're impacting the planet within that purchase, and so they care for it more within when they're wearing it.
All right, so that makes me think about, well, we heard a lot about Patagonia at SXSW this year. I mean, they're like the superstar brand and superstar CEO, and that gives me a question. How do you envision scale? I mean, you seem to have make a lot of efforts in your value chain, but does that still work if you grow? Do you think it's going to work if you grow more?
Yeah, it definitely works if we grow. I just think it's important to continue to support our suppliers and partners to make the transitions, because we can't leave all the pressure to farmers. So we saw it within a project in Colombia called ProSierra, where they were trying to cultivate organic cotton, the first regenerative agriculture project in Colombia. And a lot of the mills were like, well, we're not going to buy this cotton. Like, no one wanted to commit to buying it because it was like a lot more expensive than what they usually buy from other farmers around the world. So as a brand, we're like, okay, no, we are willing to commit to buying 1 hectare of this and supporting you in any way that you can to make that transition. So it starts to kind of grow and ripple into the supply chain. But you mentioned like what the roadblocks before I started ranting about all of this. And so one of the main roadblocks, which makes me hopeful because she's sitting next to me, is new materials that are already fully traced. So Kintra is a solution for polyester, which we do not incorporate in our supply chain because, well, it's derived from fossil fuels, which, how do you even trace fossil fuels? Like a recent research came up saying that a lot of fossil fuels used by large brands come from oil from Russia. So that's what you're supporting when you're buying poly garments, I guess. So it makes me hopeful that a lot of new materials like Kintra are coming up in the market that are traced, and I guess I'll let her speak about it. I don't want to take her words, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, I can go on and on about polyester and its problems in the market today, but I'll save that. Maybe we hear about some solutions prior to, and then I can take us home with the new materials. Does that sound like good?
Definitely, thank you. Wonderful. Do you collaborate with other brands?
Yes, so we just collaborated with a large retailer in Mexico. Okay. I'm not going to give a lot of details because it hasn't come out yet, the collection, but yes, we are collaborating, and that's as a matter of scaling and introducing ourselves to new markets, because it's kind of hard as a Colombian brand to enter new markets, but yes, we are collaborating, and we're looking to collaborate not just with fashion brands, but with food brands that are also doing things within sustainable scope, beauty brands, and yeah, it's in the works for this year.
All right, thank you so much. So collaborating with the consumers, other brands, working on the Scope 3 emissions, that leads to Benny. And so Sarah, if you want to explain to us what Benny is and well, how it came to life, and what are the biggest challenges for the fashion industry that you address with your project, which is not a project, actually, it's a company that is up and running, of course. So just please go ahead.
Awesome, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me, and ditto, love being up here with other female founders. So Benny is a browser extension that helps you find and buy clothes secondhand online. So if you're looking for an item like a pair of jeans from Levi's, we can show you where those jeans exist already secondhand online on resale marketplaces. And the idea really came from kind of an insight that I was gleaning from my own experience and from friends, where they'd say like, yeah, I know I should buy secondhand, like fast fashion's bad, but like I don't really do it. I don't have time to do it. I don't want to scroll for hours. I don't even know where to start. And so Benny was really designed to meet users where they are, to help make resale and sustainable solutions more accessible to people, because there is a ton of items, as we all know, that already exist. And our goal is to help them reach a new home in a really easy way. I think for us, really, I think that piece of focusing on the customer and, from what Isabella was saying and from what we've seen, sustainability in general, and especially in fashion and in a circular economy in fashion, there's so many stakeholders in it. And what we're kind of trying to do is reduce the friction for new people to come into resale, which not only helps those customers, it also helps the resale marketplaces to attract new customers and surface relevant inventory. And we're hoping as well to continue to support brands who are also interested in understanding the end of life of their garments.
All right, and do you think that what are the kind of brands that you have on the platform? I mean, do you only work by yourself? Do you create the tool for other brands? And do you welcome like De La Terra on other sustainable brands? Or are you only working with mass volume brands that are already in people's closets? Or, how do you think about that?
Yeah, so right now we don't necessarily work as much directly with the brands as, say, like a Trove or a Treat or other players in the resale marketplace. The way Benny works is we partner with the third-party resale marketplaces. So we have 40 partners from Poshmark all the way down to smaller resale marketplaces like The Luxury Closet or Kitizen, and we aggregate all of their resale listings and then surface it to the user. But we also have now a pilot partnership with Patagonia's Wornwear, speaking of Patagonia, which is their brand-owned resale marketplace partner, or their brand-owned resale marketplace. And so we can also, if somebody's looking for a new Patagonia jacket, we can also show them where it exists on Wornwear secondhand. And when it comes to brands, we want to work with brands big and small to help them understand what a good resale strategy could be for them. Should they have their own brand-owned resale marketplace? Could they partner with Benny in some way to get access to these third-party marketplaces? Because at the end of the day, it's great that brands want to get involved in resale, because they have to be invested in creating durable goods that can then be reused multiple times by the user.
All right. There is something that we see with fashion brands, is that, they worked very well on their Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. Very often they are very proud of what they did on that part. But we are all coming to Scope 3 emissions and how we work on that. And I was speaking about the lawmakers, for instance. Every new law in the world is coming after the Scope 3 emissions. And so how do you already have these conversations with the brands? I mean, the question is actually for you too. And do you collaborate with brands on that topic, or is that just, you collaborate on that resale part and that material part, and then they manage what they do with the Scope 3 emissions? Is that a part of the conversation for you?
Yeah, I'd say, so it's early days for us with some of these brands in terms of talking about Scope 3, as it is, I think, for a lot of people. Of course, like, post-selling the item and the end of life and the hopefully beautiful journey that a piece of clothing or shoes will have throughout resale is not something that is really easily accessible to the brands. And so we're having conversations with some larger brands who are trying to understand the full breadth of their impact, and some of that is how is their brand being bought and sold across the world of resale, and how does that impact, you know, the overall kind of emissions that they have. And so we're having some conversations with them about the data that we have about their brand in resale and how that can impact how they're making decisions and managing their impact kind of calculations. I think this is very US centric. I would say other places in the world also have a lot more policy around now, the kind of end of life piece and sort of requiring you to incorporate that into your calculations. So I think as we in the US and as we move globally and the US kind of gets more the policy catches up in that regard, I think resale will be a really important conversation when it comes to your Scope 3 impact as a brand.
All right, and are you speaking about the Scope 3 of the brands you work with? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah. That is a really frequent topic, one of the first that comes up in our discussions with our global brand partners. So I guess before I dive into Scope 3 emissions and how we impact it, is that all right if I do a brief overview of the industry where it is today and how Kintra fits in?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So as we heard on the panel about, you know, the majority of items in your closet come from fossil fuels, which is surprising to many when I say that, but over 64% of global textiles, and that's only increasing, are derived, or they're polyester and nylon. If you think about your closet, you probably have primarily a poly-cotton blend or nylon in all of your athletic, ready-to-wear, and even in your luxury apparel. These materials are really the majority of the materials that the fashion industry uses. So we have a lot of these materials out there, and the other thing that we do know is that the majority of emissions comes from raw materials and processing. So that's polyester and nylon, and that's the transformation of those materials into the yarns. So the production process is very similar to a plastic. When you think of polyester, just think of you're wearing plastic. You're wearing a plastic bottle. All of the problems that we know and understand about plastic bottles apply to plastic clothing as well, traditional polyester clothing. Starts from oil, it's non-biodegradable, so it never leaves this planet. And the other problem, the kind of hidden plastic pollution problem that emerges from our garments is that every time you wash polyester and nylon, fibrous plastic sheds through the laundry that gets through that wastewater treatment facility and out into the environment and back into our own bloodstream. 70% of the microfiber pollution that was found in what was previously the pristine Arctic environment was these synthetic polyester and nylon-based microfibers. They've been found in fish, they've been found in our bloodstream, they've even been found in a woman's placenta. So they're affecting our unborn babies in ways that we have not yet quantified and measured. It's a big problem. So where that brings us is before we can think about the Scope 3 emissions and measuring that, we need to first eliminate fossil fuels as raw material resources for the supply chain. Unfortunately, polyester, well, I guess fortunately and unfortunately, polyester from a design perspective is great. It's very versatile. It's extremely efficient and effective to manufacture. It's affordable. These are all things that brands love. You can really tailor that performance to a very specific application, which is again why we see it in our closets in luxury, athletic, and ready-to-wear apparel. So that's the issue. And the opportunity that Kintra is addressing is keeping those good things about polyester, its versatility, its ease of manufacturability, but solving the bad. So Kintra is entirely bio-based, means it starts from sugar syrup, any type of a glucose biosource, and it's inherently biodegradable, specifically compostable, which means it can rapidly degrade in an oxygen-rich environment like the environment within a wastewater treatment facility, keeping our oceans and our soil and our own bodies free and clear from microfiber pollution, while of course addressing textile waste by fitting chemical recycling. Sounds scary, but it's the process of bringing a material together. You can also take it apart through heat and water and pressure, and then you can respin that material every time. So bio-based, biodegradable, specifically compostable, and fitting circular infrastructure. One more issue that underpins all of this is to produce polyester, you have to bring the equipment to extremely high temperatures through multiple manufacturing steps. So the material starts as a resin. It looks like a bag of rice. It's melted into a fiber, and then it has to go through multiple post-processing steps like dyeing and finishing, all of which for traditional polyester are done at extremely high heat temperatures. So at Kintra, we use that same equipment, those same processes, but we do it at less than half the temperature while maintaining yield and production efficiency. And that's how we reduce those Scope 3 emissions, is let's use this exact same equipment, this exact same infrastructure, but do it at lower temperatures with smarter design, while also eliminating that fossil fuel-based source from where our raw materials start from. And so to talk numbers, which brands always ask for, and I think they should be asking, it's very critical, we've measured with a third party, we've done a comparison on the starting point of our material, which is that, I mentioned that bag of rice. That's exactly what our proprietary new polyester, it's not PET, it's not like your plastic bottles, but the Kintra material at that first step of manufacturing, that resin, compared to traditional polyester, because it is entirely bio-based, we reduce emissions by 95%. And only at that stage, that first step of manufacturing, we reduce the manufacturing energy required by 20%. And that's only that first step. And again, we're not factoring, we haven't even measured yet the dyeing, the finishing, the spinning of the fiber, all of which is designed, again, to produce high yields, effective efficiency, but do it in lower temperatures to reduce those Scope 3 emissions. So,
I have a question.
Yes.
So you mentioned something that's very critical when it comes to polyester, and it's its low price. And I'm asking this because I think one of the main issues with new materials within the fashion industry, like, I don't know, leather that comes from mushrooms, is that it has incredibly high prices. So for a brand like ours, which I didn't mention, but we're trying to democratize sustainable fashion, we're not trying to be luxury. We want it to be as accessible to the largest amount of people possible, because otherwise, it's never really going to become mainstream. Sustainability is always going to be accessible through the 3% of the world, which is not ideal. So we, as a brand, want to incorporate materials like Kintra, but we have found roadblocks within how much they're worth, like how much we need to, how much they cost to produce. So do you expect to have Kintra available, if not at the same price as polyester, but at a very similar price soon, for it to be able to become like widespread use?
That is the first question that we get from our designers and brand partners. And absolutely, I think that is the challenge that we've seen on the materials landscape, is there really isn't anybody on the horizon that is innovating specifically in synthetics. There's a lot of innovation, incredible innovators out there in the man-made cellulosic fiber category. And that just sounded very technical, but that's basically like if you look in your closet and you see bamboo fiber, eucalyptus fiber, any kind of source, and that has its own different supply chain than polyester production. So for us, it's the reason that we are able to scale rapidly and we are able to eventually get to these extremely affordable price points without sacrificing the planet is because we use that exact same infrastructure. It's just as easy, it's just as effective to manufacture as traditional polyester, and without sacrificing performance. Compared to traditional polyester, we've actually measured that our material is strong, soft, and stretchy, which is kind of like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of like a 3 superpowers coming together in one fiber that can help with recycling as well, because monomaterial construction can help the ease of recyclability in various systems.
Yeah, and I think this actually ties up with Benny, because there's a lot of brands, including Patagonia.
We are building a company here.
Including Patagonia, who they have a take-back program, so do we. But other times it's like, okay, what do you do with these garments that we're taking back? I think Patagonia mentioned they have like a whole warehouse full of garments that they've collected and now don't know what to do with them because they're impossible to recycle, because they're not monomaterials. They're not built to be recycled. They're not built to be circular. So they have them and they're waiting for solutions to come. We're all waiting for new solutions to come to be able to recycle them and reintroduce them into the consumer world, I guess. And so I think solutions like Benny, when they collaborate with brands, it's great because then we can take back these clothing items from consumers, fix them if they need fixing, and then resell them through partners like Benny or, well, through the third-party partners that you enable, and don't have them in a warehouse just sitting there waiting for solutions to come. But in the meantime, we want to create them from the beginning, made of materials like Hintra, which are circular to begin with. And so if we take them back, we can actually recirculate them back into a new garment and not just have them on a warehouse for now.
Yeah, and just one thing I want to add, sorry. I think one thing that you said was really interesting was sort of like it's just as good, and you're keeping the good but removing the bad. And we think about that a lot at Benny, and of course sustainability is nuanced, and there's things that we do right now. You know, it's not like we can reach a sustainable future without some big change and sacrifice, but I do think something that's beautiful about nature and about circular systems and about kind of thinking about designing sustainable solutions from the beginning is that you can retain some abundance, but do it in a sustainable way. And we think about that with resale as well, and making it easy for people, making resale as easy as buying new, so that buying new is not the default, but you're not telling people, okay, you have to go learn this whole new way of shopping and just figure it out. We're saying, we're gonna meet you where you are, and we're gonna help you sort of meet the needs that you have, which might be, I need a new pair of jeans, or I need something for an event, but do it in a more sustainable way. And I think that's a similar thing in all of these solutions, which is, I'm gonna help, you're gonna help people get clothed in a beautiful way that is 95% less, impactful. And I think that you're gonna help brands produce awesome clothing that's stretchy and soft and everything, but do it in a more sustainable way. And so I think that that's a really exciting trend around thinking about design and sustainability in design of your business and your product from the get-go.
Yeah, because it's still a business, right? It still has to be as good as the other regular counterparts in the market. They can't be any less performative or beautiful or have a bad hand, the textile that you're using, so yeah.
It's absolutely business, actually. It's just good business. I think we forgot with like fast fashion and fast fashion, because it's a new thing. Like there is fast fashion, as if fast fashion was better. And I was thinking while listening to you, actually you are designing each part of the new paradigm of fashion. How do you react when you see, actually fast fashion brands launching initiatives that are actually look-alike yours with new raw materials? I won't say brands, but the most famous one, and second-hand shops, e-shops, and actually new sustainability strategies on the whole value chain. Like now we respect people, we have good materials, and then the cotton is grown this way, and you can buy it, and actually it's worth like 3 to 10 euros for a jacket. And how do you react to that? I mean, except for the part like, yeah, you don't like that, but how do you react as a business actually? What is your value proposition? What do you push on the market in front of that?
I'll start. So, great question. I think, again, it's very nuanced, as is most things with sustainability. I'd say when it comes to resale in particular, I think we do need to be careful that resale doesn't become part of greenwashing. I think that's already, just in terms of thinking about, at the end of the day, when you're thinking about increasing resale and re-commerce, we should be thinking about decreasing the net new production of clothing, because that's how resale will actually end up reducing emissions in the fashion space. And so those two need to be paired together. I think that that's where some of the challenge comes when it's a business that is really reliant on new production for their bottom line. When they're launching a resale, business, they feel a little bit separate, and they can't be separate if you're going to actually have the impact. And so I think that that's something we talk a lot about with customers. I think also at the end of the day, really what we're trying to do is also help people see their clothing as assets and understand the resale value of their clothing when they're purchasing it. So they can start to think about the net price of that item, right? They're going to be incentivized to purchase a well-produced garment that could be resold versus a poorly produced garment that has no resale value. And our goal is that by helping customers by showing them and not necessarily telling them, it will start to incentivize brands to produce less high quality goods and kind of use the power of the circular economy, the economy part of that, to drive that change.
It's a matter of design for you. Yeah, design of the product. Okay.
Yeah, I can speak from the raw materials and start of the supply chain standpoint. At Kintra, when my co-founder and I decided to become co-founders, we founded our business on two main questions. One is this good for the planet? Is this actively good for the planet? And two, does this fit in, does it make economic sense? Does this price point make sense? Can we deliver the fashion industry what they're looking for at the value that they're looking to purchase it? Because you can't have environmental progress unless you also have economic progress. And so for us, these two things go hand in hand. And we are setting up our business model in a way that we can work with these big manufacturers, but if we can help them transition just 1% of that manufacturing value chain, and then 10%, and then eventually 100% of their manufacturing, I mean, that's an incredible win for the planet. And I should also add, when my co-founder and I think about the fashion value chain, we think about it from, first and always from a materials design perspective, but with that comes two responsibilities: the environment and its people, so the planet and its people. And just by nature of how we design our material, I'll just give one quick example. Dyeing polyester, I spoke about it a little bit earlier about those high heat, so it's not good for the planet, but also dyeing traditional polyester, PET, polyester is actually, it requires a lot of ancillary chemistries to get the dye into the material. Our material is specifically designed for much gentler processes, which eliminates the supply chain workers' exposure to these ancillary toxic chemistries that are often used. So when we think about design, we think about how can we work within a system, but change it just slightly to make it attainable for the manufacturers, help the brand deliver on those science-based climate targets, and actually work with the forces that are driving the industry forward and just help steer them into a new direction.
Okay. You want to add the last word?
Yeah, I do. So, when you were talking about Kintra, you said it used 95% less CO2 emissions. Was it that?
Yes, so we reduce emissions by 95% because it's biogenic, and then the manufacturing is 20% lower.
Okay, well, what I wanted to get to is, even though it's a lot less and it's amazing, and I mean, these solutions are needed, we're still impacting, right? Which is what I was saying when you scan a garment, like deleterious, is there's still an impact to the planet. Everything we make has an impact. So these brands that are fast fashion, they're creating, I don't know even how many collections, I think it's like 30 a year, 40 something a year, which is insane. And obviously they're not made to be entirely sold, which is why their inventories are growing at 7% yearly. They have like over 3 billion garments in inventory because they don't know what to do with it. So I don't want to trash any efforts. What I'm trying to get to is everything has an impact. So when your whole business model is built and dependent on overproduction, because you need to sell so many items in order to have enough income to compensate for your operations, that's never going to be sustainable, even if they're made out of Kintra fibers, right? Which obviously it's going to reduce the impact, and that's amazing, but we also need to scale back how many garments we are producing through resellers or just through pushing people to understand the value of what they're buying, understanding that there's still an impact and that they need to wear it. Like, I wear this thing maybe 4 times a week, and I'm not saying you have to have a uniform that you wear on your daily basis, but do care for the items that you're wearing, and don't buy clothing like you're buying, I don't know, a treat of something sweet every day.
All right. Thank you so much. We are far beyond the timer. So thank you so much. When I see you three, I see the future. And I have one last announcement. So We Don't Need Roads has been chosen by Google at a global level to scale all the positive solutions that are in their sustainable development, Startup for Sustainable Development program. And we are opening the appliances for fashion startups and companies. So whoever is interested, you're welcome to call. That's it. Thank you very much to all you three, and maybe we can jump out of the stage
Thank you.
very quickly.
We've made it to the very end of We Don't Have Time's Climate Hub at South by Southwest 2023. For those of you who have stayed with us in person, let's get a round of applause for all of our speakers who joined us on stage today. Let's give it up for them. For those of you tuning in from home, from all around the world, we see you, we hear you. Thank you for engaging with us today through the We Don't Have Time app. Remember, that's the point and purpose of the We Don't Have Time platform. It's so you can connect with our speakers, you can connect with us, you can connect with one another. You can share ideas, you can scale solutions, and we can accelerate overcoming this climate crisis together. We promised you that we would bring exciting, innovative solutions and unique programming at this year's South by Southwest. I hope we've delivered, and we are so excited for what is to come. This is just the beginning. We're still early in the year. We have an exciting year ahead. We have Earth Day just around the corner, and we have Climate Week New York City. Looking ahead to Climate Week New York City, let's take a sneak peek at a new partnership with the Nest Climate Campus that We Don't Have Time is really excited to share with you all. So I have with me here on stage at South by Southwest, Julianne Hogan. Julianne is the head of marketing at the Nest Climate Campus. She's also co-founder of Women in Climate Tech, and we're partnering now. And we are absolutely thrilled. We hope you're excited as well.
Oh, we are so thrilled, and so happy to be here, both talking to people here in Austin as well as everyone at home. So thank you so much, Shetta, for having us.
It's our absolute pleasure. And we want to give all our viewers a sneak peek into what's to come. So tell us about the Nest Climate Campus. Tell us who attends.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you who aren't familiar, the Nest Climate Campus is the official event partner of Climate Week New York City. So we are a climate action platform committed to mobilizing climate action leaders across NGOs, corporations, government entities, academia, and society as a whole. This year, we're so excited to be expanding into a 3-day program during Climate Week New York City from September 19th to September 21st at the Javits Center along their 7-acre green roof. It's really incredible. We also just announced our partnership with General Motors. Together, we are so excited to feature advancements in clean energy, the transition to an all-electric future, and how we can embed equity into each of these initiatives.
I'm thrilled. No, this is going to be awesome. There's a few things coming up for We Don't Have Time this year, but the next big production out of the US will be Climate Week New York City and this partnership with the Nest Climate Campus. Climate Campus. So tell us why a partnership with We Don't Have Time is also something that will help accelerate climate action.
Absolutely. So last year, just giving you a little bit of an insight into who attended the campus, we had over 4,200 climate action leaders. So from the likes of Albertsons, the Environmental Defense Fund, UN, MasterCard, and many more. So we definitely cover a wide variety of themes. And we have an in-person event, like I said, September 19th to the 21st. We recognize how important these in-person events are. I feel extremely refreshed just being here. So together with We Don't Have Time, we'll have that in-person power as well as the virtual content distribution. So we'll be able to reach so many more voices and potential climate action leaders.
So make sure you pencil that into your calendars, continue to use the app, engage with us, because the climate conversation continues 24/7 on the We Don't Have Time platform. Even when the COPs end, you know that we are still talking about solutions and overcoming this climate crisis. We need each of you to be involved. We will overcome this collaboratively, collectively, together. We can win this massive challenge that we face, and actually, as I've been saying all day long, usher in a future that is better than anything we could have even imagined. Thank you again to everyone who's here in person. Thank you to those of you tuning in from around the world. Thank you to new partners like the Nest. And with that, we bid you goodbye from South by Southwest.